Last week was pretty eventful, as most of you encountered and had to endure the infamous Brain Teaser, who was revealed to have infiltrated the island and be lurking around out of sight, while Terry spent his free time getting back into the game and spinning up a plan to learn more about what Maul is doing. At the end of the week, you got to spend some time relaxing and hanging out at the mall together. Though it could have gone smoother, what with Lily seeing some things she'd rather not see in public, and Joe getting into a fight with her before the day ended. Now you all wake to the start of a fresh week, pack your books, and head off to your first class of the day. And I'll zoom us in. What are you talking about? You love these movies so much. Or at least you saw
the one we watched.
No, the trailer is the one you really wanted to say.
Yeah.
Which movie did we watch again?
It was something
Honey,
along the...
I gave the house legs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Honey,
yes,
I gave
yes.
the house legs or something like that.
My choice. My
Yes.
choice.
It's true.
The Sandlot? God, tie with the banger.
So true.
After filing in and having Nelson take roll, Nightwalker approaches the front of the classroom to make some announcements. As always, once his stern eyes are on you, everyone sits at attention. Good morning, class. Today's homeroom will be free for you to use at your leisure as a study hall. However, there is some housekeeping to go over first. As you all know, in a few weeks' time, the school will be hosting the homecoming dance for the first-year class. Preparations are underway, and if all goes smoothly, we will be seeing to homecoming by the end of the month. A few weeks after homecoming, we will be ending the semester with a series of midterms. Aside from the tests you'll be taking in your core classes, there will be 2 heavily weighted physical tests you must be ready for. One will be hosted by your appointed gym instructor to test your reflexes and physical prowess compared to when you first enrolled here, and the other will test your adherence to procedure and combat skills. The grind to prepare for your midterms will truly begin after homecoming. However, I recommend beginning your preparations now to stay ahead of the curve, especially if you wish to score higher than your fellow classmates. If you require use of any school facilities, or would like to request assistance from faculty, just let me know and I will help you make the proper arrangements. That is all. With that, Nightwalker goes back to his desk, and the classroom unwinds a bit. And everybody around the classroom just sort of like starts mumbling to themselves. Some people are pulling out assignments to work on, homework that they might not have gotten done the night before, but it seems like you've just got this period to sort of rest and, you know, talk to whoever, do whatever you'd like before we move on with the rest of the day.
Oh, go ahead.
Terry seems to be folding a piece of paper into a flower, like origami. That's what he's doing currently.
Echo leans over to Alex, goes, "Hey, is it just me or does Lily look a little different?"
Yeah.
I was wondering that too.
Yeah, we've got some new Lily art. Let me share the new Lily art.
Yes, I want to see it
Yo.
full size.
I paid money for this.
Yo, that
Oh,
looks
that
great.
looks great.
Wow, that looks even better than I thought.
It looks really good. I'm very happy with it.
Very, very good art.
I like the little detail of her purple nails matching her phone case.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Gotta be color coordinated.
They look fantastic. That artist, though, he did a great job.
Also, Terry, over your shoulder, you can see Aiden is very interested in the paper flower you're folding.
Terry notices. He looks at Aiden and he says, "Wait a second." Terry starts to take the flower apart and he starts to make a boat. He has a plan.
Okay.
We can come back to this.
Alright. Aiden's very intrigued. Meanwhile, how about the rest of you?
I like to imagine that actually Joe turned immediately and like Nelson turned immediately and they both have some sort of like shared notebook about homecoming. Just considering they both are just a part of, sorry, what's it called?
You're on the committee for it. You're on the committee for it.
We're on the committee. Thank you. That's the word, committee. We're on the committee for it. So I just imagine that we're kind of like mumbling to each other almost. Like, if anyone else were to be looking at us, we kind of look like we're studying, but we are not studying actual things. We're, like, deciding whether or not we want to get, like, fake tulips, or if we want to try to get some, like, real flowers, but we could just go and pick them and gather them ourselves.
Nelson is also very excited to talk about this stuff with you, and he is very much like, he'll offer ideas, and he's like, you know, he's invested, he's bouncing off of you, but he is also very much acting like a secretary and jotting down your ideas and, like, you know, boosting you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I almost imagine, like, if there was a clipboard, I wouldn't put that past us to
No,
have a clipboard.
of course he's
That's, like...
always got a clipboard in his book bag.
Fantastic, yeah.
Alex is gonna kind of see this all unfolding and thinking of how badly she did on the last test. She's gonna kind of lean forward a little and tap Nelson on the shoulder.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Alex. What is it?
I was wondering if you could help me study for the midterm exams.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, Nelson.
You know what?
She breathes a sigh of relief.
We should make a big study group out of it.
I
I'm down
happen
for
to
that.
have a place to host groups.
Oh, if you're meaning your club, would you not mind?
I wouldn't mind. I mean, everyone in the club is gonna have to be studying for the midterm. It only makes sense for us all to do it together.
Oh, this is excellent! I will make sure to bring all of my materials, and I'll make a study guide. I'll print copies out for everybody. Oh, this will be so exciting! I'm sure I can have it done sometime later this week, for sure.
Thank you, Nelson. I'm very excited.
He starts furiously jotting down notes of what he needs to do to prepare for the study session.
Is today the day that Mistress Foresight is coming?
It is, yes.
Like, in character, I would know that then.
Yes.
Because Joe would just be like, no, that's perfect. I want a good turnout today for Mistress Foresight to be there.
And,
She's coming to talk to everybody in the club today.
Nelson looks over and says, "Oh yes, I do remember hearing about this. Due to my responsibilities with the honor roll, I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it today. Which... I wish I could be there to hear Headmistress Foresight and whatever wise words she may have to impart to the students. Do take a recording or give me some minutes if you don't mind. I would love to know what she has to say to you all."
Yeah, I'll get it. Don't worry, bud.
He nods and then starts furiously writing down what he needs for the study guides again. Echo, as you hear talk of this, you remember that you still have detention.
Yeah, I was about to ask. No.
Shouldn't have been such a bad boy. Shouldn't have been such a bad boy rebel.
Echo was leaning in. He was about to say something, and he went kind of and then he realized, oh yeah, no, I still have detention. Fuck. And then he just sighs.
Spark chuckles at you.
He like flicks his earring. He then looks over to Nightwalker. What's Nightwalker doing?
It looks like he's just looking over some documents on the computer, typing stuff down, and drinking from his black coffee, as always.
So his mask, like, is it a mask or is that his face?
No, it's a mask. It is a mask that allows him to, like, open and close his mouth, though.
Okay. Okay. Echo's just gonna, like, kind of, like, sink into his chair and sigh, like, you know, when, like, people, like, lower themselves in their chairs, they kind of, like, slink backwards a bit. And just go,
Alex is gonna turn over to him and be like, "You good there?"
No, I'm still in detention. I wanted to join you guys.
Well, I can bring you a copy of the study materials at least. I'm sure Nelson wouldn't mind that.
Please.
Maybe we can study together. I don't know how good of a study helper I would be, but
you'd do fine.
Oh, I'm sure you would do excellent, Alex. Nelson turns back around and he looks over to Echo and says, "Well, I'm sure that your sentence to detention will be over in time for you to get some studying in. Your detention should be done before homecoming, yes? So there will still be plenty of time for you to study with us."
I hope so. It sucks. They keep putting on the same movies.
Nelson...
Colossus one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Nelson gives, like, a wistful sigh and he says, "Oh, I wonder what those videos are like. What kind of advice does Colossus have to give to the troubled youths in this school? And then he turns back around and continues writing.
He's like, it's not. It's the same thing. He just kind of like sinks further in his chair.
Lily, what are you doing during homeroom?
Lily's just on her phone. She's probably like texting, you know, the like Triff and Olivia about plans for girls' night.
Yeah, those plans are being set up in advance. Foreshadowing. Of course, they both seem very excited about it as they're texting you back. Terry, you were building a little paper boat.
Okay, so the paper boat would be completed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna take black marker and do a little flag to be a little pirate ship. He's like, hey Aiden, can I borrow your hand?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. And he'd take out his phone and put the boat on his hand, and then he'd be like, I'll call this In Anxious Waters. And then he's gonna take a video of like the boat just kind of going around in Aiden's body.
Once you say that, the water does actually ripple a little more as Aiden chuckles.
Yeah. And then you take the boat back and he'd be like, okay, now this paper's worthless. And he just like, actually, he'd like kind of like squeeze out the water on the floor because it's carpet and it's water and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just pockets it because the garbage is too far away. Oh, thank you, Aiden.
Oh, no problem. That was kind of fun. But after a little while longer, as you guys are relaxing and doing what you do in homeroom, eventually the bell rings to end of the period, and you guys move through the rest of your classes for the day. Eventually, make our way here. Zoom us out a little bit more.
Class.
Yeah, it's a math class.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
After a few hours, the bell rings to dismiss you from your math class and send you off to lunch. As everyone's gathering their things and heading out, your teacher, Mr. Manchester, speaks up. Oh, Miss Cruz, stay behind for a minute. I need to speak with you.
Okay, sure.
Echo seems confused at that as he like puts his sling pack over his back.
I just want to comment real fast. I guess I didn't. I know we all sit in the same spot,
Mm-hmm.
but I literally am next to Nelson in every period, and I just like thought about that, like the fact that it makes a lot of sense for Joe to actually just naturally become friends with Nelson,
Mm-hmm.
because they sit next to each other in every class. Like
It's true.
like,
Well, are we ready to head out?
yeah, I've got all my stuff.
Very good. And then he looks over to you, Alex, and he just, like, kind of understanding what this roughly might be about, since you were talking earlier about having not done well in the test. He just gives you a little pat on the shoulder and a little smile.
Thanks. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Of course.
You got this. Echo gives like a thumbs up over Joey.
Gives a thumbs up back.
Echo goes past. Oh, what's his name? What's the teacher's name again?
Mr. Manchester.
I love that name. Mr. Manchester. He puts like an apple on his desk as he smiles and nods and goes to head out.
Did you not do this at the beginning of class?
Yeah, I was about to say, Dee's holding an apple entire class period, and Mr. Manchester was like, I guess it's not for me.
Echo was saving it because he knew lunch was coming up. That's why he saved it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, you put the apple there, and he smiles and chuckles at you as you walk out. And of course, he calls out and says, "Thank you, Echo."
He gives a smile, like a two-finger salute off his forehead as he goes to head out.
And of course, Terry heads out.
Yep, I'm also just kind of give a nod and
Okay.
I avert eye contact and I just avert my gaze.
Echoes, or rather,
Walk out of here.
Aiden's like slithering behind you quickly as you follow Terry and Echo out of the room. And I assume
as Joe passes Lily, because this is when Alex is being held behind. As Lily, like, they're packing their things, she'd be like, "What do you guys think she did? You think she's in trouble? You think she like did some shit? That's crazy." Just like idly gossiping.
Nelson
So I
also
can
heads out.
hear it.
I mean, yeah, she'd be talking to the group as you're passing, just being like, "What do you think she did? You think she broke something?"
Triffany's just like, "Oh no, that is not in Alex's nature. She's a very good girl." And Olivia's just kind of listening to you guys.
She almost killed Evan the first day. What are you talking about?
Oh, that was just an accident, Lily.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe she accidentally broke something.
Oh, I do hope not. And Olivia, as you guys are exiting the room, Alex, you see Olivia kind of look back to you shyly, as if like checking on you a little bit before they all exit.
Alex gives kind of like a little friendly wave to her, just to make awkward eye contact.
Mm-hmm. But
Eye contact with Olivia.
now you're alone in here, just for, you know, a couple of seconds as you're kind of, you know, putting your things together and waiting for the last person to head out. And Evan over on the other end of the room, he kind of looks over at you and shoots you a little finger gun. And at that moment, he puts his phone away, and you get a little text.
The text.
As you open it up, you see it's from Evan, and he just says, "Hey, good luck, rival. See you at lunch."
She texts back real quick, and she just says, "Thanks, see you in a minute." And then she puts her phone away and walks up to the teacher to see what is going on.
Okay. And as you walk up, you know, he greets you, and he kind of, you know, pulls out a few papers.
So, what did I need to say after class to talk to you about?
It does pain me to have to talk about this, but Miss Cruz, after grading everyone's test scores, it's come to my attention that you didn't do very well. Of course, I'm sure you are aware of this. You normally score very well on homework and class assignments. Do you care to explain why this may have happened?
I can't give you a good explanation. Really, I think it was just an off day. I mean, there's been a lot going on.
Well, that is, of course, a very valid reason. It does seem that you've been doing rather well in your crime-fighting course assignments. Your control over your powers has been steadily improving, and your physical ability has improved as well, as far as Nightwalker's reports are concerned. But your grades are starting to slip. The rest of that won't matter if you let your scores slip too far, as we can't pass you on physical skill alone. You need adequate scores in your core classes to be properly educated, and you'll need especially good scores when it comes time to test for your hero license. Now, normally, a single bad score isn't the end of the world. Sometimes you'll have an off day, or a subject might be difficult to understand, and that's okay. But I'm telling you this because of your current standing. If you fail like this again, you'll be put on academic probation to focus on getting your grades up. We've contacted your mother to let her know this as well, since we don't want either of you to be caught off guard, should that happen.
Her eyes kind of widen when she hears this, and then she brings her face back to a calm expression. She's like, "Okay, thank you for letting me know. If there's anything that I can do, please let me know."
Of course. There will be some extra credit opportunities before the end of the year. And, Miss Cruz, I know that you're capable of this. I know you're a very bright young lady, and you're very capable of getting your grades back up. You're going to have to focus as much on studying for these tests as you are on getting control over your powers.
Definitely, and you know, I've already started making plans to study with some other students as well, so I'm hoping that'll help me.
Well, that's wonderful. Again, you know, I wish you the best for you, and please, if at any time any of the material is slipping or not sticking, you can always feel free to come to me and ask me any questions.
Thank you, sir.
And he gives you a little nod and says, "All right," and you run off now.
All right, I'll see you.
And he gives you a little wave, and of course he gives you a little wave with one of his hands that you can see like the golden metal over from his usual hero suit that expands over the rest of him.
I go on off and I head to lunch.
All right, so let's head out to lunch. I'll get us focused over here. Everyone, minus Alex, as she's running a couple minutes late, piles into the dining hall and finds where they'll be sitting today. You guys are free to go where you wish. The classic seats. Joe and Echo, what about you?
I can't believe if you fail enough tests, you get executed publicly. That's so unlucky.
I'm going around it so I can stay in the middle.
The guillotine hasn't been used in years.
Echo's gonna go sit over here.
All right.
Now, or am I still waiting over here?
You're just getting lunch for a minute. But you know, everybody sits down, and you guys are able to, you know, converse with your friends for just a second. Of course, Joe and Echo, as you two sit down, Kinsey very excitedly, you know, grabs onto your arms and shakes you a little bit, and you know, just kind of greets you guys as you come in, and you all get to small talking. And eventually, after a couple of extra minutes, Alex, you manage to grab your food, and you are able to find a seat. And Alex, as you walk over here and go to take a seat, you actually look across the room, and you see, you for a brief moment lock eyes with Gabe as he seems to be watching you as you sit down before he goes back to eating.
That reminds me of you know, the ominous encounter we had, and that he hasn't really acted on anything yet.
What have you forgotten?
So creepy.
I just stare at my lunch plate for a second in a moment of horror, and then I try to go back to being normal.
After you know, a little bit of chattering amongst the table, Kinsey looks over at you and says, "Hey, Purple, what's you doing okay?"
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. And she like shakes her head as if she's kind of trying to get rid of all the negative energy.
Aiden puts a hand on you, getting your shoulder a bit wet, and is like, "Hey, if you want to talk about something, we're here for you."
I appreciate it. I think it's just the stress getting to me, you know, the midterms and all.
Oh, yeah, it is pretty stressful. I don't even know how I'm gonna be doing on a lot of these tests. None of the info really sticks that well.
You can join the study group we're setting up.
Oh, I am very excited about that.
Me too. I need to pass these midterms.
Kinsey cackles a little bit and says, "Imagine having to study." Oh, but I hope you guys do well on your test. What did you say, Dey'ja?
I said so true.
No study gang.
Joe is rolling his eyes at that comment.
Kinsey just, you know, piles away a few fries and just says, "Yeah, I always pass all of my tests. I don't have that hard of a time with it. But, you know, if you guys need help with any study partners or anything, I'd be happy to come and help."
Oh, I appreciate it. Maybe you can join our study group then.
Yeah, that'd be great. Who else gonna be there?
Just whoever can show up from our class. It'll be a lot of people.
Oh, are my two favorite people gonna be there? She nudges you, Echo, and then kind of like nods over to you, Joe.
Echo sighs deeply as he just kind of like face palms.
Echo still has detention, unfortunately. But once he's out, he'll be coming to the club that I have.
Oh yeah, that's a bummer. You still got detention for how much longer?
How long do I have detention for?
It's about another 2 weeks, week and a half from now.
He just kind of groans and goes, about a week and a half, 2 weeks, I hope.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, it sucks, because it also affected my place on the leaderboard, so it's insult to injury.
Yeah. Well, next time just don't get caught.
Yeah. And he's got a face, he just gently waxes it on the table.
She takes her closest hand out of the giant claw and just pats your shoulder, puts an arm around you, is like, there.
Indeed, Echo, it's always good to have an alibi, just so no one can pin anything on you. He then takes another bite of his sandwich.
Robert kind of chuckles at that. Lawrence does too, a little bit.
Echo looks to Kenzie's like, what have you been working on while I've been gone out of the shop?
Oh, same old stuff. I'm trying to expand my exoskeleton.
Oh? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking of making, like, Well, so I've already got the cool claws and the tail, and I was thinking of expanding it into like a, I don't know, like a personal one-person vehicle. I think that could help me on the battlefield.
Oh, like what kind of vehicle?
Like a big metal scorpion. I'm still kind of hammering out the design though.
Like a big mech, or?
Yeah, kinda. But I mean, again, like for one person, so I guess like an armored motorcycle. I don't know. Again, I'm trying to figure out how to make it work. I can't make it too big, or it'll be a little hard to get around. But I don't know. We'll see. I want to see if I can make it to where it's like able to climb walls and stuff. But you know.
Huh. I mean, he actually kind of seems kind of interested in that. Well, hopefully when I get back to the shop, I can help you out a bit.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, it has been really lonely in there without you coming in lately.
I know. I miss it.
Oh,
I miss
well,
hanging out with you too, but
I'm gonna be happy to have you back. And she pulls you in and gives you a little hug.
he hugs her back. Yeah, he like gives her a half hug.
Mm-hmm.
After they're done hugging, he looks over to Joy, and I'm excited to come back to your club as well.
Yeah. Wait, what? What are we talking about?
Joey, hey, you're right. He kind of like snaps in front of Joy's face, gently.
Yeah, club. No, yeah, that'll be good.
You all right?
Yeah.
And Maya under her breath, since
Hanging
you...
out. I'm like just hanging out with the snakes.
Maya, when you had looked over to her and you were like trying to tune it out, and now Echo's like, hey, are you alright? Maya just under her breath is like, are you sure?
I don't respond to Maya. I'm like eye twitching. I'm hoping, are the snakes being nice to me?
Yeah, they're being nice to you, but also as your eye is twitching, Kinsey looks over and says, are you having a malfunction? I can help you with that.
You can't even build a scorpion car. I'm gonna get up.
She's like, wait, what? Are you challenging me? Are you saying I can't build this thing I'm trying to build? Hold up.
If you can't build a scorpion car, I mean, I turn into a car every day, alright? I understand asking Echo for help makes somewhat sense, but I mean, I think if you were, you know, gonna make a car, you would, like, ask the person who, like, turns into a car. If you
Well, I would love to
actually
have your help.
make it.
I'm sorry. Did you think I was like trying to exclude you?
No, I don't.
I would love to have your help. I mean, you know, I promised you I wouldn't like get on your case about, you know, being a robot and all the tech that goes into that. But like, I mean, if you would have some kind of insight, that would really help me out. I mean, the fact that you could turn into basically whatever you want, you'd probably have better knowledge than anybody about how to make this project work.
I think that we should all definitely work on it together. And Joe's gonna like put their arm around Echo, you know, and
Echo
be
was
like, I
about to
think
get up. He had spun around in his chair when they were talking. He was about to get up to like break them up, but then he realized they actually were getting along. And he's like, "Oh, okay." And then he was pulled to you.
And
it'd be a good group project.
And then
Yeah.
when you say that with the energy that you have and you look at Kinsey, she smiles, puts a hand on both of your shoulders and says, I think it'd be a great group project too. I would love for all of us to be able to work very closely and intimately on it.
Yeah,
Okay,
that'd be
Terry.
great, guys. And then Echo's face is slowly boiling over as red.
What is it, Kai?
Terry like looks over at Lawrence and over at Robert, and he's like, "Are you seeing this?" Like he doesn't say anything, but like points to like.
Lawrence is just kind of cackling to himself silently, and Robert's like, "Oh, I think a lot of people are seeing this."
Yeah, Terry, you catch Lily's eye, and she motions to them like, "What the fuck's happening? What's wrong with your table?"
Terry shrugs and just takes another bite of his sandwich. He's just chilling.
Evan, while this is happening, goes to throw away his stuff, but eventually he comes back from throwing his things away, and he taps you on the shoulder, Alex.
Alex turns to look at him.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure.
And he just kind of, like, would walk over here, away from the table.
Alex gets up and follows him.
And, you know, like, people are moving away from this area, kind of going to sit in their seats. But he talks to you, he says, hey, you've got a bunch of friends in class, so, you know, you jump around in the lunchroom a lot and all. But, I noticed you kind of haven't sat at our table in a couple of weeks, which isn't a big deal, but, I noticed there was kind of like an awkward tension the last day before you stopped sitting with us, so, I mean, is there something going on? Not with me, but I mean, like, I kind of saw Gabe eyeing you.
And she pauses for a second because she doesn't want to, start spreading rumors and all that, but she takes a minute. She's like, yeah, there actually is a little bit of something going on. So probably, I guess it was a couple weeks ago at this point where she had that interaction with Gabe.
Mm-hmm.
And what exactly was it that he had said to her? Because I always, I think of it like as a threat, but I can never remember the wording. And
he basically was like, he said something along the lines of, like, I know how strong you are, everybody's talking about it, I want to see if you can make me feel something, so at some point we are going to fight. And I'm going to decide when that happens, unless you come to me first.
Yeah, so Alex kind of conveys this to him and basically said that at some point, at Gabe's discretion, there's gonna be a fight.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, I kind of see why you haven't been sitting at that table then.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, because I do value our friendship.
Yeah, no, it's...
I couldn't really...
It's not a big deal, really. I just, I was kind of worried that something might be going on. And especially, I mean, what with, the tests and stuff recently. I don't know, I just kind of wanted to check on you and make sure you were doing all right.
Well, I really appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. But I mean, not that you have to move today or anything. But, if you do want to come sit with us again, I'll make sure Gabe doesn't say anything smart.
Alex kind of chuckles, and she's like, yeah, maybe sometime soon.
I know he can be kind of intimidating, but, I mean, just remember, not only am I there, but Nelson's there, but, also Danny. You've got good friends at that table. But I can see you've got some pretty good friends at this table, too. And you guys look over and see the group hug happening, like, with Kinsey and Joe, like, locking eyes for different reasons.
Yeah, you could say so.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to it.
Alright, I'll see you around.
He gives you a little wave and we'll go around you to head back to his table.
Echo's kind of, leaning in, can we go sit down? I'm kind of hungry.
Oh, absolutely. And she'll, go to let you guys go.
Thank you.
Immediately upon release, Joe's like, I am gonna be right back, though.
All right.
Okay.
Bed, Joe.
You just walk around and sit down here.
What's up, Nelson?
Oh, hello, Joe. Fancy seeing you here.
I kind of, look over the table. Does Gabe look at me?
Gabe gives you a little side eye.
I'm, looking over the table real fast, and then I'm like, ugh, man, I'm worried about midterms.
Oh?
I mean, I've got so many things that I've got to do, I almost completely forgot we've got tests coming up.
Oh, yes, the tests are always going to be a very big deal, but, well, of course, with our study session coming up, I'm sure that it's not going to be that big of a problem.
No, yeah. I'm, looking over all the tables. Joe's kind of on edge a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm, having this moment real fast, I feel like, where you look around the lunchroom and you, accidentally make eye contact with people that you don't like.
Mm-hmm.
and you don't feel good about it, which is why I'm just, sitting down here for a second. I'm like, I don't know. I guess I'm just wanting to make sure that, the group stays a good space for everybody.
Well, I'm sure you're going to do an excellent job at that, Joe. And Danny pipes up and says, you're going to do just fine. Don't worry.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I don't know. It's more calm over here at this table. You mind if I chill here for a second?
Oh, absolutely! Meanwhile, Kathleen teleports over right next to you, which kind of, knocks you over a little bit to squeeze you in the middle.
Oh, no.
And she's like, "Oh, Joe, it's so good to see you over here. Oh my goodness, I've been the only chatterbox over here, but now we can talk."
Can I do I have to do a roll for rumors with Kathleen if I'm asking how Lily is?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because I want to do a roll for rumors specifically about Lily.
Yeah, roll for rumors then.
Digging the dirt. I like this.
Is it mundane?
Yes, it should be mundane.
Okay.
Oh, miss. Oh, you're
Yeah.
you're hearing some rumors, and they're roughly related to what's going on with Lily, but they're more specifically about you.
Oh no.
It sounds like word has spread that you two got into a bit of a fight, and everybody is painting you as the bad guy.
No!
Like you were antagonized.
Another dub for the Elg.
It seems like you were antagonizing Lily and just getting on her case about something. And Kathleen tells you about that and is also like, "I've been really confused though, because when I've been hearing people talk about that doesn't really sound like something you would do, but I don't know, I guess it is. Is it?"
No, that's not something that I did.
Oh, okay.
I put my head down.
She poofs back over here and starts asking Haley about it, and Haley's just silently eating and ignoring Kathleen, and she just looks absolutely dead inside.
Ethan, question.
Yeah.
Is Eugene looking at Echo at all?
Let's look over here. As you glance over, you can see that Eugene is just sort of talking to the people at his table, but when you do look in that direction, you kind of catch his gaze a little bit as he's looking around the lunchroom, and he kind of double takes and looks at you before giving you a sly little grin and giving you a wave, kind of mockingly.
Echo doesn't give him a sly he gives a genuine smile and a wave back before going back to his food.
You see him audibly scoff at that before he looks back at the table, and you can see Alexis start to confront him about okay, what is going on, before they get into a conversation about it.
You just Echo under his breath goes, "Oh, those two are adorable."
Kinsey's like, "Who two?
Sorry?
Wait, who two? Who are you talking about?"
"Oh, just some people over there. Don't worry about it." He kind of smiles.
She shrugs. "Oh, by the way, what's everybody here doing for homecoming?"
Going to it or not?
Well, I mean, if you're not going to it, I guess. But, if people are going, who are you guys going with?
Echo pretends to think about that first. As he kind of, he gestures to everyone else to take the floor.
Yeah, most of the people at this table don't really have answers.
Oh,
Yeah.
Terry finishes his sandwich, goes, "Oh, I'll just appear."
Oh, you going alone or with, friends or whatever?
Oh, I'll go with friends if friends are going, but if not, I'll just appear. It seems like a good place to be. Something's bound to happen. I wouldn't want to miss it.
Lawrence shrugs his shoulders, his arms crossed. He's like, I don't think I'm gonna go. That kind of stuff isn't, I don't know. I don't really have fun at that kind of stuff.
Fair enough. I'll give you the rundown after it's done.
Thanks. Robert gives a little shrug as well and says, I'm gonna shoot my shot and ask a few people, but otherwise I'd be down for going with a group of friends.
Who are you gonna ask?
Well, I was thinking of asking Triffany and, I don't know, maybe Priscilla, just to see what they'd say.
Aw, that's...
He just gives another little shrug.
Right.
Aiden just says, "Well, I had asked Joe, but Joe said that he didn't really want to go with me, which is fine, but now I'm not really sure who I'm going to go with."
Alex kind of turns to him and she's like, "Would you like to go together?"
Oh, yeah, that would be really fun.
And it can still be his friends, but that way you can get the full experience, because I don't have anyone to go with either.
Yeah, that'd be really good. Oh, by the way, I have a question.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps saying that they want to go to the dance as friends or other stuff, but is there another, are people going as enemies?
I mean, they could, yeah. I don't see why they wouldn't.
I think that's a matter of perspective.
Oh, that's a shame. We should try to talk to those people and make sure if they're doing alright.
It's actually pretty worrying, Aiden. By the time we know they're enemies, it'll already be too late. The
Oh.
duel will have commenced and someone will be doomed to die.
Oh no! Should we
I
tell
know.
a teacher?
No, they can't stop it. They're resigned to the fate.
Oh,
Echo's
Alex
trying not to
rolls
laugh.
her eyes and like gently pats Aiden's watery shoulder and is like, they're not serious.
Okay.
Oh no, he's 100% serious, Alex. Like they have the battle out in the schoolyard, like me and Eugene did, except it was to the death, and it's scary.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
it would be really, really inconvenient if anyone chose to do anything untoward or violent at the dance. Really, really unpleasant timing.
Oh.
You go to take a bite of a sandwich to like kind of like end the dramatic timing, and then you realize there wasn't a sandwich anymore. You'd sigh, and then you just grab the plate and walk away ominously.
Aiden's just shuddering his watery form. He's like, oh, I don't understand. I don't know who to believe.
Aiden, we're criffing with you. It was a joke.
Oh, I don't know what that word means.
Huh. Echo kind of sighs and then he looks to Kenzie. Joey actually asked me to go with him.
Oh, that sounds fun. Could I go with you guys? I think we'd make a great trio.
You'd have to ask him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go ask him right now then.
Okay. Oh.
Terry would like motion over towards Lily, like just like kind of like a little hand wave.
I want to just say, before Kenzie is even this close to the table,
Okay.
as soon as she gets up and starts heading this way,
Uh-huh.
Joe is literally like looks to Nelson and is like, no, fuck, no, fuck. and it's already like, look at me like you're talking to me, look at me like you're talking to me.
Nelson like looks back and forth, panicking. He's like, Joe, you know I don't like to lie.
You need to do it this way.
Joe, can I talk to you?
Oh, hey, Kenzie.
Hey, I wanted to ask you about something.
Yeah.
So, word on the street is that you're going to homecoming with Echo.
Yeah.
People at the table look at you as this is knowledge to a few of them. And she says, so I was wondering, she sits down between you and Gabe. Gabe like inches away from her a little bit. Would you guys want to go as a trio? I think we'd make a great triple.
I'm like looking over the table for the table's reactions right now.
All of them are, they understand what is happening, and they are all just silently watching, and Kathleen is like, oh, that sounds like fun, can I go with you guys too? No, this is a 3-person thing. Okay.
Oh my god. No, I think it's more of a 2-person thing. Thank you, though, Kenzie.
Oh, really? Well, that's okay, I can go with Echo by myself then.
I'm already going with Echo.
But you said it's a 2-person thing, and you don't want to go with me, so I have to go with Echo. Maybe we can make it a double 2-person thing. We'll both go with Echo, but not with each other.
Kenzie, it's a no. The answer is no.
Well, Echo did say to ask you, but I'm not really a fan of the answer, so I'll work on something.
I have no idea what that means, and you shouldn't do it.
I think I'm gonna do it. God damn it.
No. I'm like following because
At this point, like judging just from like the posture, body language, and everything else, Terry has pulled out his phone and is fake looking at stuff while recording this on video.
oh my god.
Kinsey's...
But his face is unreadable.
And he looks over and goes, "How did?" Oh, and he kind of looks to see Joey, and he's like, "Oh."
Kinsey sits down and slams her hand on the table, but still sounds very positive and says, Joe doesn't want us all to go together, it seems.
Oh, and he kind of looks over to Joe.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no, but...
So, I thought maybe I can go with you, Echo. And, you can also go with Joe, but maybe me and Joe don't go together and we kind of share our time with you. It'd just really suck if I had to go to homecoming and didn't get to spend any time with you, Echo.
No.
She just keeps looking at you, Echo.
Echo's kind of looking a little bit stressed. He's like, oh. Inside his head, he's like, fuck.
Robert pipes up after a croak and says, what you gonna do, Echo?
Shut up.
I am upset. Joe is not
Hey, you wanna mark a condition?
Can I please mark the angry?
Yes, by all means.
Thank you.
I've never done this homecoming thing. Is this how it's supposed to work, or like?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, he looks over to Joe.
Everything that I've read online says nothing about this. It says plenty about a group of friends, but nothing about.
And we're all friends. That's what I'm saying,
I
Joe.
like Echo more than a friend.
Echo his eyes gotta go wide at that. And he blushes faintly.
Well, isn't that interesting? I also like Echo a little more than a friend.
Out of character, I'm just like,
Fascinated. Alex is just staring at this unfolding.
But after that, she immediately comes back and she's like, "Oh, but don't worry, Joe. There's room in my heart for you too."
I hate this! Out of character, just screaming right now.
What do you think I feel?
Okay, Joe's angry. And I marked the angry condition. Can I roll something to have some sort of awareness that Terry is filming?
Roll to assess the situation.
Oh no.
What's
My
Lily
impartial
doing? I'm curious about what Lily's doing.
Yeah, I was motioned too, but I don't know what that meant.
Terry was like motioning, like, "Hey, it's happening again." Like,
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then yeah, Lily is watching.
ramping up.
With an 11, to directly, or rather, to not directly engage a threat, to assess the situation. God, Freudian slip. You can ask 2 questions from the list. So I'll give you that you notice with a side eye that Terry is probably recording this, but you can also ask a question to assess the situation about Kinsey in order to, have some insight about something. 1 question of your choosing.
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question, I guess, how to phrase what I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Does it seem I don't know, does it seem like Kenzie is purposely being mean or trying to rile Joe up right now?
It seems like you get the feeling that she genuinely feels very left out, and what she just said was also very genuine.
I hate that about her.
So
I
mean.
hate that for her. I'm sorry. I hate to point out that I don't know who traumatized her.
It seems like she really wants to go to homecoming, specifically with the both of you if she had the chance. And she's just very mad that you seem very against the idea, while Echo is, being seemingly impartial. So she's also angry because it's like, oh, well, he doesn't seem to, super mind it, but you do? I don't know why you're doing this.
Echo just doesn't have a frame of context. He's never been to one.
No, that's fine. That's just how she's feeling.
Joe has had to do extensive research on what a dance is.
Mm-hmm.
And this whole courting thing that's happening, and I feel like there's a part of him that's like, no, this isn't right. This isn't what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be that I asked Echo, and now we go together, and that's how it works. And so he's getting really flustered about this. And I'm trying to decide exactly what his course of action would be in this situation, honestly, because he's just gonna keep saying no. I think Joe is going to look right at Echo and be like, you can take Kenzie, but then you're not taking me.
Oh, shit.
I can't whistle, but Terry whistles. and shakes his head a little bit.
Let me just,
You can choose now, but just let me know now so I can just figure out what I'm doing, okay? This is too much.
Yeah, Echo?
This music!
You guys want to say the music change?
Who will be getting the rose?
I like the pirate.
Echo, Kinsey looks down at you and says, yeah, I guess if it has to be a choice, Echo, you can go ahead and make that choice.
Okay, at this point, Terry's panning the camera to the person speaking and then panning it back to Echo when he's done speaking.
Like some sort of fucking reality TV show.
Exactly.
I want to say after Joe says that, they look right into the camera like they're on The Office.
Echo kind of like thinks about. It's clear he's stressed out because he has no frame of reference.
Real quick, as you're thinking, Alex, Aiden looks over at you and whispers, "Are they going as enemies?"
I'll explain later.
Okay.
Yes.
And
for that.
camera's back on you, Echo.
Echo's kind of like, he's like kind of, you can tell he's stressed out. And he's like kind of thinking about it. I hate this choice. Echo looks to
Is he taking
Kenzie.
this much time in real time? Sorry.
No, it's not even that. It's just I'm thinking about okay, how can I fix both of this without having repercussions?
But is this taking him a second to think about?
No, the reason I'm trying to find a way out of it that pleases everybody.
Oh, what? Oh,
No, that sounds like it's taken him a second to think about it.
No.
I hate you guys. Echo looks to Kenzie and he goes, Kenzie. He's like, don't get me wrong. I would love to go with both of you, but because Joey asked first, I'm gonna go with Joey.
First of all, he goes by Joe now. You seem to get that wrong a lot. But second, it sounded like you hesitated a little bit. Why did you hesitate, Echo?
Because I've never done, I'm not from here. I've never done one of these things before. This is all new to me. Joe's done research, but I never have done this, and it's...
Did you hesitate because you're upset you can't go with me? Or did you hesitate...
I want to make both of you happy is the thing.
Well, I want us all to be happy too, but apparently Joe doesn't. But I guess Joe doesn't really seem to want many people to be happy, because you seem to be really good at getting into fights with people, huh, Joe?
Joe's, like, literally was doing, like, a headbang on the table, basically, and then, and then just looked up and was like, what? What are you talking about?
I heard about you and Lily getting into a fight. Is this just what you do?
Hands to Lily for a second and kind of
Wait, okay, are you doing? Can we say you're doing this on like live? So it's like a stream. That's so funny. Lily looks up from her phone into the camera, like pogging. She's like, "Oh fuck, this is awesome."
That was totally different.
Get his ass, Kenzie.
And as you think of a retort, the bell rings for lunch.
Terry turns his phone off and pockets it. That was a delicious sandwich. And then he gets up and goes.
Of course, the bell rings, and everyone around the lunchroom starts finishing eating, putting their trays away, and you guys start being shuttled off to your next classes. Of course, there's some tension in the room as some of you separate from others with some unresolved conflict, and eventually you are all sent to sit through another of Liberty Eagle's lectures, work through a hands-on lecture with Nightwalker as he instructs you on proper form and procedure for dealing with those carrying firearms, and before you know it, the school day comes to an end, with everyone throwing their things in their lockers.
Can I say when we're leaving the lunchroom, Lily 100% got Kenzie's number or something, being like, "Yo, that was kick-ass. You should hang sometime."
She seems confused because she, like, you know, because you're suddenly, like, talking to her, but she seems into it. She's like, "Oh yeah, sure." She also vents to you a little bit about Joe.
Echo, throughout his remaining classes, everyone would kind of notice that he's kind of quiet and, like, he's just vacant. He's listening, but not really.
Oh, man. What a time to be alive.
What a time.
Alright. Coming from his locker... Yeah, it's you. Coming from his locker, we follow Joe as he makes his way to the Universal Friends Gathering after school. You have some things planned for today's club meet, most notably a brief address from Headmistress Forsyte. You're happy that she agreed not only to come give a brief speech, but to watch and maybe even participate in the club's activities afterward. Excitedly, you make your way down the hall, but on the way, you bump into someone. Exiting a nearby classroom is Coach Braun, aka Miss Moulton. She looks at you as she exits the room. Hey, perfect timing, kid. Help me carry some stuff to the faculty office real quick. This won't take long.
Oh, I like look at the time and I'm like, okay, I can do that.
And she gives you a smile, hands you a stack of books, and she starts walking with you down the hall towards the faculty offices. So, how's your club been, kid?
It's been good. Today, headmistress is coming to speak at the beginning and maybe stay around, so a little nervous.
Yeah, I heard about about Foresight coming. She won't tell anybody about this, but she's been kind of excited for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, students don't really ask her to come to stuff too much. She intimidates some of them a little too much.
I understand that, I feel like.
Have you been studying?
Yeah, I have, but not as much as I want to. I've been busy with a lot of other stuff.
I get that club responsibilities can be kind of rough, and, well, you guys have a lot going on in your lives, but you do need to be picking up the studying a little bit more. I don't want to sound like a square, but after you failed your history test recently, well, I don't want your grades to slip us all.
No, yeah. I feel like Joe would kind of tense up for a quick second and be like, yeah, I did fail that test.
And listen, kid, I don't want to come down on you too hard, but I gotta be straight with you. You gotta have a good grasp on history if you want to know, well, if you want to make sure not to repeat it, if you want to know how the world works. Again, not to mention your grades. You gotta have a proper understanding of how the world works if you want to succeed in it. And
yeah,
as she's
that's good advice.
And she's going to give you a little bit of a lecture, and she's going to try to shift your labels with her influence.
Okay.
She's going to try to shift your mundane up and your freak down.
Okay, I'm alright with that.
All right, then the shift happens.
Up, down. Got it.
So you know
Beautiful.
she talks to you for a few minutes as you're walking down the way, and you know she's given not only a little bit of a lecture on, you know, you gotta get your stuff together, you really gotta get it together, and you know it's hard, life is rough, there's always way too much going on, but you still have got to find enough time to study. It can never be not as much as you want to. And you know, again, talking about knowing human history is important, just, you know, generally, and you know, you kind of understand this. You're one of the students that knows the least about it, all things considered. And she seems to really want to help you get that understanding that you need of human history. But as you guys eventually get to the faculty office, you know, you set down the books on her desk and she sets down the other books. And she gives you a smile and a nod and says, "Hey, thanks, kid."
Yeah, of course. And thanks for the advice.
Oh, of course. And hey, I'm wishing you good luck on all of your tests and hey, the club today as well.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Get on your way, kid. I won't keep you here any longer.
Got it. I feel like there'd be a moment where he'd like do kind of an awkward wave and start heading down the hall. He's kind of not like rushing, but he does want to get there a little bit early.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, after your talk with Braun, you quickly make your way to the club room to try to not be late.
Yeah.
Here we go. You enter the club room to some soft laughter to see a few students playing a game together, a few conversing, and others quietly enjoying themselves. Even after helping Coach Braun, you're still a bit early as not everyone is here yet.
Alright. Cute vibes. Cute vibes.
Cute vibes. No bad vibes in this room.
Nope. Whew. I am just kind of chilling for a second.
Yeah, you're all good.
I like see Triff and Kathleen, and I'm like, yeah, I should probably go say hello. I haven't gotten to say hi to Triff in a while. Hey guys.
Oh, hello, Joe. Kathleen is just staring at the marbles, trying to put them in an order that is pleasing to her.
How's marbles going?
Marbles are going very well. They are still very colorful and bright. Yeah, I think we're missing the purple one, though. The what? The purple marble. Here, I'll go look for it. She starts teleporting around the room, looking desperately for the purple marble.
Huh. Let me know if you find it. I can always get another.
Oh, yes, of course, Joe. Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I do not wish to pry. Are you going to talk to Lily again?
Oh. I don't know. I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it.
Oh.
At least not right now.
Okay.
Why?
I am just concerned is all. But it is, how you say, a big issue. And she smiles.
Joe, like, kind of returns the smile a little awkwardly. But is like, how do you mean? Is she okay?
Well, Lily always seems fine. I just feel a very bad energy. It makes me feel bad. From both of you, not just Lily.
Oh.
You can see her antenna on her head twitching a little bit.
I'm sorry, Triff.
Oh, it is fine. I am just worried for you both is all. I do hope you are able to talk again.
Yeah. Joe kind of like thinks about his answer, like knowing that he's talking to Lily's best friend, you know? And it's just like, I hope so too.
Okay. In earshot, you just hear Kathleen come back over and say, "I found it," as you're walking over to other people.
Hey guys.
Oh, hello, Joe. How are you doing on this fine day?
I'm doing pretty good. Headmistress Foresight's coming.
Oh yes, I heard.
I'm hoping we get just a couple more people in here.
Yes, I'm sure that many people are going to want to come since you got such an esteemed guest for the club today.
Let's hope.
Aiden.
How you doing?
Yeah, Aiden pipes up and says, "Oh, I'm excited to see Headmistress Foresight."
Oh, sorry.
Then he barks like a dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say. The dogs are freaking out. Don't wanna take too much time here saying hello to everyone. Come over here. Hey guys.
You come over here and you see these two are just kind of like idly reading books and hanging out. Maya doesn't look up at you, but the snakes do, and Robert looks up and gives you a little wave with a little croak. Hey, Joe.
What are you guys reading?
Oh, not the same book. We're both just reading some of our own stuff.
Oh, nice. Dang, hold on, sorry. Let me let this dog out real fast.
Okay.
They are barking.
And then, he barks like a dog.
Speaking of real quick, down the hall, we've got a few students that have the potential to come to the club. So all of the rest of you, of course, were informed about the club happening today and about Foresight coming to the Universal Friends Gathering. So if any of you, except for Echo, because he has detention, if any of you want to come to the club today, you have the option to do so.
I'll come to the club.
Okay.
Let me consult with my strategy team. No, Terry will not be going to the club.
Okay. And does Lily want to go, or is Lily going to stay away from it because Joe awkwardness?
Lily would go if Triff like invited her or asked her to or something. But otherwise, like she wouldn't, be like, "Oh fuck yeah, the principal's there. I gotta see this."
Yeah, of course, Triffany would give you an invitation. So
Then she'd go if Triff wants her to.
Okay. Then eventually, as you get close to the club, but you and Alex kind of run into each other, and you end up arriving at about the same time.
So do we know what Headmistress Foresight is going to be talking about today?
Not really. Probably something related to the club.
Okay.
It seems like it's not, like, meant to be a lecture and is more like, oh, she's gonna have some words and she'll just be here for the club today.
Alex is gonna come sit over on the couch next to Aiden.
Okay.
Yo, it's my two favorite members of this club.
You come over and you also see them messing with the marbles and just putting them in fun, different arrangements. As you come over, Triffany lights up. She says, "Oh, Lily, I'm so happy you could make it. Please sit. We are playing with marbles."
Yeah, I can see that.
Hi,
So
Lily.
is there
How are
a
you
game
doing?
here? Hey, Kathleen.
I'm
fine.
What did you say while Kathleen cut you off?
She said, like, so is there, like, a game here? Or is it just marbles?
Oh, I'm not quite sure, but they are very pretty. Yeah, I like to put all of the colors in different orders, and then I take them out and I put them in a different order.
Lily will look at... Is it a game? Does she recognize it?
Yeah, it's Mancala.
Oh, okay. Does she know how to play Mancala?
It's a game that you could know how to play. I mean, it's not uncommon for people to know how to play it. But at the same time, if Lily wouldn't know, she just wouldn't know.
I'm pretty sure this is a game. I could, like, Google the rules if you want me to. Or if you just want to keep putting them in spots, that's, like, fine.
Oh, I would love to know if there are rules. Kathleen, meanwhile, just, like, is scrambling all of the marbles around.
Kathleen is so valid.
Alex, you come over to sit with Aiden.
Yes.
And these two both wave to you, Vizula and Aiden, just greeting you. As Joe, you also come over after they all manage to greet each other.
Yeah, I would definitely walk up here. Just like, I'm like, okay, so I'm like counting, making sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Because Joe is hoping to do, you know, like he has his own little plan. He's kind of like doing math in his head right now, making sure and going over what he's gonna say and stuff.
Mm-hmm. As you come... Oh, yeah, go on.
I was gonna say that Alex just kind of sees him doing all this mental calculation and stuff, and she just kind of turns to him and is like, "Hey, how are you feeling?"
Oh, hey. Sorry, got a little bit lost in my own thoughts there. I'm alright. Okay.
It's a little bit of a big day. Your club's coming together.
Thanks. Yeah, I've got a couple of things planned, so I'm hoping Jay is a little bit more fun than usual. I don't know.
Joe,
Well, you definitely...
if you don't mind my saying, it does feel as though you have a few weights on your mind today. Are you sure that you're up for the task?
He like has a quick moment where he's like, his mind immediately is like, no. He's like, yes,
He's
should be.
he's looking at you in a way where you can tell he doesn't necessarily 100% believe you, but he gives a shrug and just says, I will not stop you. However, taking a moment to reassess and decompress is very important for all people.
Yeah.
And at that, the door opens again, and someone else enters the room.
Oh.
Rather than teachers, you see another student entering, as Starwalker steps into the room, idly looking about as if lost.
Oh, I would like give a wave and be like, 1 second, guys. And walk from the couch and be like, no, yeah, you're in the right place.
Oh, hello.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Yes, we are seeing each other again, and it is pleasant. This is the Universal Friends Gathering.
Yeah, it is.
He looks around and just gives a little nod and says, I like the lights.
Thanks. Yeah. We've got games over here, snack tables over there on the sides. Different people bring snacks every week. We've got different books and stuff too. I'll be giving some announcements here in a second.
He gives a little nod and then notices this game over here, as some of the students seem to take attention to, and
Yeah,
he just he nods, and you see him like eyeing the console a little bit.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I kind of like immediately pick up on it and just I even like step back a little bit to be like, use the space as you see, and feel free to say hello to anybody, you know?
Very well. And you seem like tentative about walking over before he just kind of looks back to you and says, "It works?"
Yeah.
Where did you acquire this?
I think it was, was it Kathleen who helped me get the games? It was it was Kathleen or Triff or someone helped me bring games.
Yeah, you know now that there were some things that were brought in by students, some things brought in by the school. You know, Echo also tried to look for some stuff, but you're not really sure who brought what anymore. It got a little confusing after a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure who brought that one then. I know it was a bit from everywhere, but you can find all sorts of stuff from different planets and worlds and stuff here.
I did
The
not
goal
expect
was
that.
to have everybody's stuff maybe together one day.
We will need a larger room than this.
Yeah, maybe we can get one once we get more people in here.
He sits down and starts fidgeting with it.
I would probably actually go over to kind of like actually play it with him because Joe hasn't really. Well, Joe's played a little bit with it, but hasn't gotten the full workaround of it. And Joe realized too. He's like, I should be closer to the door if some new people are going to be showing up.
Yeah, and you take a couple of minutes. Games on this thing tend to either take a pretty long time or be very quick. And you're like, oh, we could pause it in the middle if the teachers come in or whatever. And then you get absolutely trounced by Starwalker.
Of course I do.
And as
Like
as it happens, he just nods and says, "As it should be."
Good game.
And finally, the club door opens one more time. This time, Headmistress Foresight and Chrysalis enter the room. Chrysalis waves to you all happily. "Hello, everyone. Were your classes good to you today?"
Yeah.
Yeah, the room kind of resounds with little idle, confirmations. And she walks over to you really quick, Joe, and gives you a good little pat on the shoulder before, moving out of the way.
Joe would stand, like, after that pat and be like, hey, great to see you, and look to the Headmistress Foresight. I'm so glad you came!
Yes, I am happy to be here.
That means I can get started on our little announcement and anything that you want to say as well.
Of course.
That'll be a good time.
You have the floor until you hand it over.
Yeah, got it. He, like, looks over the room for a second and, like, takes a breath and kind of starts to walk in and is like, alright, everyone, just a quick moment of your time, and then everyone can go back to what you're doing. But I'm just going to take a quick second here. Thank you for coming today, for spreading the news. I brought my buddy here, a Headmistress Foresight, today. I've asked her to be a part of the beginning of our club, just to see what we're doing, and hopefully she'll stick around here. And as a lot of you guys know, we have homecoming coming up, and recently I learned something, and I learned that what we talked about earlier, it's a bit of a thing to ask someone to the dance. I learned that someone may ask you to the dance. So I've set up a small craft section, and there would be like a small box that kind of has like a lot of different like card stock and things.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone can perhaps make some cards, some cute letters, or some paper bouquets to give to their friends or crushes when you ask them to go. And it's all like labeled in the box also. But to start our day, I just have a small icebreaker, they're called. You don't break ice though at all. It just means we're
Aiden sighs in relief.
Yeah, like Joe's hands go up like immediately after saying that, because he to be like, we're not breaking ice. It just means we're gonna play a game together to get to know each other. And so I thought all of us could perhaps pair up. We could maybe pair up with someone that you don't know as well. Or you could pair up with someone you do know, whatever's most comfortable for you. And we're gonna just exchange some fun facts about each other.
Chrysalis claps a little bit and says, "Oh, I love using this one."
Right. I'm like, this is like if Joe was reading off of like a Google how-to online, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And once Joe would like give a second for the whole class to kind of like do their pair-ups, basically. And he would turn around and be like, Headmistress Forsyth, if you don't mind, like, being my buddy for this?
Oh, of course. And she will walk over to you. Now, Alex and Lily, who do you guys want to pair up with?
I pair up with Aiden.
Yeah, you can pair up with Aiden.
Because I'm sure he's nervous.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lily didn't realize she was part of this at first. It's like, this is probably just for club members.
Triffany then looks over to you and says, "Oh, will you be my partner, Lily?"
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And Kathleen says, "Oh, I'll go find a partner too." "Hey, do you want to be my partner?" Chrysalis lets them be. Zula will walk
Chrysalis
around.
can actually have a partner too, I think. Yeah.
Zula will walk around and, ask Maya to be his partner. Robert will move out of the way, and Chrysalis kind of walks to the center of the room, checking on everyone, and seeing somebody doesn't have a partner, she goes over to talk to Robert. And there we go. Now everybody's got their partners. So we'll start with you, Joe.
Alright. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna tell our partners one of our favorite memories that we have. And it can be here on Earth, or it can be from somewhere that you're from, not here on Earth. But I specifically thought it would be nice to trade our favorite memories and why they are one of our favorite times to think back on. And we can all do that now, and then we're gonna share each other's ones that maybe stood out to us and talk about why.
Okay. And as you say that, you turn back to Headmistress Forsyth, who's standing next to her now. And now that you know the task, you look at her and she's taller than you and standing over you, and you're like, "Ah, that's right. My partner is Headmistress Forsyth."
Yeah, no, exactly. And Joe like has a moment, kind of like moving his shoulders and stuff, and is like, "Yeah." So I'll go first.
Very well.
One of my favorite memories is whenever I was, I guess, younger. Before I was going to school here, we used to drive along this big bridge that went over the water. And it was really just looking out over the water at all times of the day, whenever we drive over this bridge. It just makes you think about how big this world is, and how big the ocean goes, and just how much water there really is out there. It's kind of intimidating, but also really cool.
Introspective, even when you were young.
First time I really realized how big the world was, I think. It wasn't just the size of a car.
And she nods. I am sure that was a startling revelation to have.
Yeah. Well, definitely startling, but also kind of thrilling, I guess.
She nods, and she says, it is important for ignorance to clear itself with maturity and forethought."
Very wise.
She kind of sits there for a moment in silence and says, "I have many memories from all of my years being a hero and doing legal work. Not many of them are very good. We bring you all here in order to teach you to be heroes, in order to teach you to take on the tasks you need to. It is not always as pretty as it can be painted to be. I suppose one of my favorite memories is actually founding Star Heights Academy. Things have been pleasant since then."
Joe is kind of shook by that answer. being someone who's still coming into hero work, you know, and is just starting to like dip their toe into kind of the crappiness, I guess, of it
Mm-hmm.
a little bit, like the scariness behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what brought you to open the school?
It was a number of things, but I suppose it was a need for heroes, a need for educated heroes that would do things properly and would not continue to make things worse, as some of us have in the past.
Yeah. Just was getting a bit of a lesson about why history is so important to know.
Yes, I highly recommend you research the Bronze and Iron Age specifically if you wish to understand why it is I feel the way I do, and why I may have founded this school.
I will.
She gives
Well,
you a nod.
we're probably going over it in history right now.
Perhaps. And then we'll move over to Alex and Aiden.
Do you want to start, Aiden, or should I?
I can start? Let's see. I don't really have a lot of memories, and most of them are pretty good. I think one of my favorite memories is meeting you guys on our first day of class. You guys are really good to me.
Oh, that's wonderful, Aiden. Thank you.
What about you? What's your favorite memory?
She takes a moment to think and kind of look back. And she says, I think some of my favorite memories were just when I got to spend time with both my parents. Because I lost my dad at a young age, but back when I was young, you know, in the evenings when both my parents were off work and they'd be making dinner and I'd just hang out in the kitchen with them, or on the weekends when we'd go out to the park or maybe take a little day trip to the beach. Those are my favorite memories.
You can tell Aiden smiles a little bit because of his eyes, and he says, "Oh, that sounds perfect."
Yeah, it was nice.
Meanwhile, we'll also have a brief, a brief pan across the room. We're not getting everyone's answers, but, we see Vizula and Maya talking lowly, and Maya actually seems to be engaged in talking to Vizula. It seems that he actually got her to open up a little bit. Chrysalis is chuckling a little bit as Robert clearly said some kind of a joke. Starwalker has not said anything and is just listening to Kathleen rattle off like so many things that she has experienced and so many fun times she's had, which seems to be just about anything that's happened over the past 24 hours. And then we pan over to Lily and Triff, where Triff decided to start off, and she is just getting to the end of a story where she butchered a horde of 25 war beasts on her own.
Well, he's nodding along, just like, yeah, that sounds like a story you'd have, Triff, for sure.
And she had pulled out like a little piece of paper and a crayon, and she has made a rough drawing of her face as she shows you what her war paint looked like. Well, I suppose that is enough about me. What about you, Lily?
Oh man, well, definitely something from before now. From before this school. I guess probably when I got, elevated, promoted to, like, captain of the volleyball team. That was pretty cool.
Oh, yes, that does sound wonderful.
Felt nice to, have all the, because I spent it was a lot of hard work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of sabotaging of my rivals who could have also been captain of the volleyball team. So it just felt good to, have that all pay off and kind of establish a status for myself.
I suppose without the how did you say it? The sabotage?
Yeah.
I suppose without any of that, this school is very similar. You have been climbing the leaderboard and have made quite a name for yourself in our class.
That's true. That's true.
And she just kind of chuckles and keeps going on with you about it. And eventually, Joe, you're able to tell that, the conversations are sort of winding down about people's memories.
As it, like, winds down... Here, hold on one second.
Ah. Ah, you're good.
So anyway, let me tell you about this girl's life I ruined, Trey. Back to my old school.
You're just telling her about stuff from the good old days.
It just devolves into Lily giving gossip from the old school.
Which Triffany is so here for. She's like, oh, I get to learn new things about people I don't even know.
I just picture a smash cut to Echo in detention, just like watching the same movie for like the 50th time, his eyes glossed over.
Yeah, Eugene is also there with you, and he is equally glossed over. By the way, in detention, do you ever choose to sit with Eugene, or do you always sit away from him?
I feel like he'd eventually sit with Eugene if he was comfortable with it, and if he wasn't, he'd go back to sitting by himself. But if Eugene was okay with it, he'd probably sit beside him.
Definitely the first time you did it, he would give you like a smug sort of, you know, backhanded comment, but you know, he never seemed to mind or like move away from you. He seems kind of chill with it.
Yeah, he'd be sitting beside Echo, and he'd be sitting beside Eugene, just kind of like both of them just glossed over as they watched the video.
But yeah, cut back to here, to Joe.
Yeah, I am here. Sorry. But?
But... Ooh.
If Joe knew more about social constructs, he would have left you right there at the lunch table.
But yeah, so we're back in the club.
Anyway, yeah. So as it kind of comes down a little bit, I'm just gonna like look over the group and just kind of be like, so, after talking to all of your partners and everything, does anyone have any experiences that they want to share with the group? Something that they feel just is what makes them happy, and something that they'd like to share with everyone.
Ooh, me. Me, I do, me. Can I go?
Yep, go right ahead.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so earlier today, I was sitting with Triffany, and we were looking at colorful marbles, and it was so good because they're so pretty and they're so shiny. We have so many different colors. We've got red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, black, white. There are so many different colors of marbles, you guys. You guys need to check out the marbles. By the way, I think we lost the purple one again, so if anybody sees it, just bring it over to the little wooden thing on the table. But that was really fun. And earlier today at lunch, I got to talk to some of my friends, and it was really cool. And some people were making some really loud noise, and I didn't know what they were making it about. I think that was actually you, Joe. But that was pretty fun because a lot of people were talking to each other, and I really enjoyed it.
That sounds great. That's fantastic, Kathleen. I'm gonna like start clapping and like look over. I'm looking
Everyone...
over, like, anxious. I look at like Aiden and Alex and stuff like over at this side of the room, basically.
Yeah,
as like, clap.
As you start clapping, everybody starts clapping, and she goes, "Oh, cool!" And then she bows and goes to stand next to Starwalker, who is just like blankly staring ahead.
Starwalker, do you have anything that you'd like to share? A memory, maybe, that you'd like to share with the group?
I suppose one of my favorite memories is when I was found on the crashed shuttle by heroes of Earth and brought away from the wreckage of war so that I could live a new life on Earth.
Wow. See, that's very inspiring.
Yes.
I didn't know that about you.
There are many things you do not know about me. I do not talk about myself much.
Well, let's hope, you know, going forward in this group, maybe we can all kind of work together to talk about ourselves a little bit more, right? That was great. Fantastic. And I, like, start to clap at that.
Everyone gives the little clap.
Yeah. So I want to say I'm slowly going around the room. I don't want to like, make everyone do this, but obviously, yeah, once it gets, like, over to Alex and stuff, if they want to share or anything. I'm basically just going around and letting everyone kind of share any memories that
with Lily and Alex, do you guys want to pipe up? Do your characters want to stay quiet? Do you say the same memory you did before?
Yeah, she'll go ahead and pipe up, and she'll just share, the same memories that she talked about with Aiden.
Okay. So you guys hear the story that she told with Aiden, and she shares that with the room.
Yeah, and Joe, like, kind of would take that moment and be like, well, thank you for sharing that, and just, it's a really vulnerable period, for you, so I appreciate you, like, sharing that with everyone here, and Joe's, like, making a point to make sure everyone kind of claps after everyone's share time, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. If there are any moments where people might not clap when Headmistress Foresight starts clapping with you, everybody else would, follow clapping with that. But generally, everybody kind of starts clapping when you do.
Yeah. And it's at like, does Lily speak up? No.
Oh no, she does not tell the story about sabotaging someone to become captain of the volleyball team.
True. Okay,
It's
at the very
statute of limitations, though. They can't get you for it now.
It's so true.
Joe will just say, I really loved this activity because I got to hear not just from all of you, but also from our teacher here and from our headmistress Foresight here, and just being able to kind of swap our stories and get some different perspectives is everything that I want this group to be about. So that's it. That's my little activity for everyone. Everyone can go about their time in the group now. Like I said, I have a craft box over here if anyone wants to make some bouquets. There's some how-to instruction pamphlets in the back if you want to grab them. But definitely thank you guys for participating in that with me, and I'm going to have some more down the line, so be ready for that at any time. Just some fun activities.
And do you give the floor for Headmistress Foresight to say anything specific?
Yeah, it would be at this point where he'd like kind of turn towards her and be like, "That's all I have to say. If you want to say your words, Headmistress, you've got the floor now."
Okay. She gives you a little nod and turns towards the rest of the room.
Yeah, I kind of step over here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thank you all for inviting me to the club today. I am very happy to have been invited. Hype music. This club, while recently formed, feels like a figure the school has needed for some time. A group of students brought together by their own desire to understand one another. In this world and every other, it is incredibly important to understand not only yourself and your standards, but to understand those different from you. To create opportunities for teamwork, bonds that bridge the gap of inexperience. No matter who you are or where you are from, you have likely seen or experienced prejudice, discrimination, bigotry, or fear. This fear of those different to you is natural, and it is fueled by ignorance. So to have a club, a student-run body, with the goal of learning and informing, is refreshing. Your generation is set to be the best of us in many ways. You will be the most powerful. You will be the most educated. You have the chance to learn from our generation's many mistakes, and you are not as close-minded as we once were. It is you who will keep this world turning, and it is you who will bridge these gaps with love, compassion, and understanding. So, I am very happy to be here, to see this club in its infancy. I am eager to watch all of you as you grow into fine young adults, protecting those who cannot protect themselves, and lifting those around you even higher. This club, full of fine heroes to be, will make quite a difference if given the chance. Of that I am sure. And Headmistress Foresight looks over to you, Joe. You, who are all full of such passion, can achieve anything you set your minds to. Use these bonds to drive yourselves forward, and soar higher. And then she gives a little nod to you all, and a few students, kind of feeling like obligated to, start clapping for her, and Chrysalis gives a little clap, a little round of clapping, and she's like, "Oh, that was wonderful, Headmistress Foresight." And then she just gives a nod and says, "Well, I must be off to do some of my daily duties, but please enjoy yourselves, and if you ever require anything, come by my office."
We definitely will. And if you ever want to stop by the club, you know where we're at.
She looks over to you, and you can hear some, you can hear a smile in her voice, in the tone of her voice as it comes out. But she just says, "I will. Thank you, Joe." She goes to walk out of the room.
As soon as she's out, even in front of Chrysalis, Joe does like a fist bump.
And yeah, with that, everybody goes back to kind of chilling out and talking to each other. Chrysalis ends up moving over here to you guys in order to talk to you at the couch. Starwalker sits back down in order to mess with another one of these little things, and Kathleen is just teleporting around the room, talking to people and trying to get other people's attention.
I feel like I've done my stuff. I'm gonna play games.
All right. Yeah, with that, after your guys' icebreaker...
Joe's literally like, whew, and like walks over here and has a quick moment where they look at Lily and then they're like, I am not even gonna think about that right now. I'm just gonna play this game.
Starwalker looks to you as you walk over, just giving a silent nod and looking down to this thing, and it seems like with this one he has no idea what this is or how to use it.
Joe, I want to say, doesn't either, and is like looking at him like,
you have been showed this game before.
I know, I've been like shown how to play it and everything, but Joe's not good at it. Every time I play one of these games with one of these people, they beat me immediately. So I feel like Joe's gonna like show him setup and be like, we will see how this goes. It's like someone who like knows how to set up the chessboard but then like forgets how the pieces move and has to like refer back to the manual. Yes, that's a good comment, Dey'ja. That's exactly what this is. I set up this club just so everyone can kick my ass at games, and then I can be like, wow, good job.
Good job, everybody. But yeah.
Everyone's self-esteem.
But, after the icebreaker, the club winds back down to casual chatter and relaxes. And with that, the rest of the evening flows by smoothly. If any of you have any last things you want, people you want to talk to in the club, or anything you want to do before the club ends, now would be the time for it.
I think I'm alright.
Okay.
I'm quite pleased with how that went.
Then with that, we'll move along to the next scene.
Yeah. Here we cut to the guillotine outside of the main hall. Oh no.
Me.
Yeah. A few days later, a couple of friends decide to get together for a sleepover. It's the weekend now, and with no other plans to get in the way, Lily's girl squad gets to spend some personal time hanging out. Lily, what does the sleepover look like?
It's motherfucking girls' night. I think, for sure, Lily went into this with the mindset of like, I'm going to treat this like any, girls' night she's ever had. And it was probably like, we're gonna paint each other's nails. And then realized, well, Olivia wears gloves that she can't take off. And Tiffany has forearms and like claw fingers. So I don't know if we can paint those. So I think instead she's got like her like laptop or something set up playing a movie, and she's having both of them paint her nails.
Yeah, they're helping you paint your nails, and you said you have your laptop out with. Are you playing something on it?
Yeah, I'm playing the Electric Best Friends, but the first one.
Yeah. So
she's like, you guys don't get it. This movie's good. Don't let people online tell you otherwise. I'm gonna show you guys how it's good.
Tiffany seems endlessly confused by the movie and is constantly asking questions, and Olivia, just seems to be enjoying herself. Yeah, they're helping paint your nails and are just chattering as you guys are letting the movie play in the background. And while painting your nails, Olivia just says, "Oh, I am really excited for homecoming now. I wasn't super sure about it, but I think it's gonna be pretty exciting to get to go with you guys."
Yeah, it's gonna kick ass. Your dress is gonna look great.
Yeah, I think so too.
She kind of like, you can tell she gets a little shy about it, but she's really excited.
Drift, you want to see her dress?
Oh, yes, please.
I mean, it's not the final thing, obviously, but like these are the pictures we like handed over to them. She'll have like a ghost pull her phone out since both of her hands are busy. She'll have a ghost like pull her phone out of her pocket and like show off the pictures of that they handed over.
Oh, that is wonderful, Olivia. You're going to look so cute. I don't know if I would go that far, but it does look really nice.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna kick ass. So Lily's also like paying a lot of attention to the movie, probably more than both of them, despite having seen it already.
She's like, this is one of my favorites, guys. This is the best part. The movie plays a little more, and you guys are able to talk a little more about whatever. Triffany, is just kind of going on about the homecoming and about everything, and she's eventually like,
oh, by the way, girls, I did have something I wanted to run by you.
Okay.
Well, just the other day, I have been asked to the homecoming dance.
Okay, by who?
A few people. Robert from our class was one of them. As well as Evan did, yes.
Well, I mean, you said no, right?
I said I would consider it. I wished to ask you girls. I know, girl, but it is... How would I say it here? It is a custom and it is it is rite of the passage in my world whenever we have a gala or an event such as this, that the princess goes with as many male suitors as potential. And, well, I see this as a very good opportunity for me.
I mean, do you have to follow the traditions of your homeworld here on Earth? I mean, you're on Earth, girl. Do Earth things.
Well...
She kind of like, moves her foot on the ground a little bit. She's like,
I do not have to, but I do not know. They are both very handsome.
Robert is cool. That is true. And Evan is also cool. That is true.
It excites me, the thought of going to the dance with the both of them. It gets my heart aflutter.
Girl, we're fucking girl squatting it.
I know, I am so sorry, but my white cheeks, they turn pink.
Yes. But so is it just gonna be me and Olivia?
Oh, I am terribly sorry. I did not want to ruin plans, but... I do really like the idea.
And Olivia looks over to you, Lily, and says, I'd be fine if it's just us. I don't think that has to ruin any plans.
Yeah, it's fine that it's just us. It's just,
And
it's
plus,
the girl squad.
we'll be able to see Triffany at the dance at least, so it's not like you won't be able to see her.
What do you mean they'll be able to see Triffany at the dance?
Well, yeah. But, it's not the worst thing, I guess.
I guess.
And
sure.
Olivia starts like a little more excitedly painting your nails. Meanwhile, Triff is like,
"Oh, I do not want it to be a huff, but I would really appreciate it if it was not a big deal."
No, I mean, I'm not like mad. I'm not gonna be like mad at you. It's just, it is a little sad.
Well, I will be sure to visit you too often. After all, a princess can do whatever she pleases at the gala.
That's true.
Oh, the thought of being able to walk onto the scene with both of them on my arms. Oh, it is quite thrilling.
Do they know that you're going to say yes to both of them?
I do not know. I suppose I will have to run it by them. If they are against the idea, then I will still go with you girls.
Okay, actually, Triffany, consider this.
Yes?
And I don't, maybe they won't be up for this. But I feel like maybe this will be something fun. And maybe this would fit with your whole... I don't know if this is a thing in your culture. What if they fought for you?
She instantly like puts down the things that she's using to paint the nails on one of your hands, and she puts her hands over her face, which is starting to turn a little more red. She says, "Oh, do not even offer the idea."
Imagine if they fought. That'd be awesome.
Oh, my heart is burning thinking about it.
You should ask them if they're not cool with them both going with you.
Yes, if they are not willing to fight
cool.
for me, they are not willing to go with me at all.
It's so true.
She huffs. And Olivia just sort of like shakes her head a little bit. Oh.
But, this isn't gonna, I'm not mad. This isn't gonna affect our friendship, because if you guys have been paying attention to the movie, just like the moral of the movie, sometimes friendship is shitty, but that's okay.
Yes, sometimes
You guys have been
friendship...
paying attention, right?
I have been paying attention, but it is a little hard for me to keep up, but I am not very understanding of your Earth movies quite yet.
That's fair.
Olivia's just like, yeah, it can be a little rough sometimes.
I'm gonna roll superior. Lily wants to know if Olivia likes it.
Do you want to assess the situation? Yeah. Okay, go for it. 9. Yeah,
Nice.
you get one question. You can tell that she is enjoying watching it, but probably more because she is watching it with you guys.
Lily narrows her eyes slightly.
She like jerks a little bit at the look, and she kind of chuckles a little bit and keeps painting your nails. And eventually, a little more time passes and the movie comes to a close, and after that, you guys have been chatting about a little bit of stuff, finished painting your nails and all of that.
Yeah, the movie comes to a close. Lily pops like actually I said it was on a laptop, so she closes out of the like Netflix or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll say like, we can watch like the director's cut here again. You need to really let it sink in after, but I also, to be honest, I kind of also had something, not a big thing. It's not a serious thing. Well, it's kind of a big thing, and it's kind of a serious thing, so I did lie. But something that I need to talk to you guys about.
Oh, what would this be? And real quick, what kind of mood music do you want?
Not tense. What was the music we did when we talked to Lawrence in the lockers? When I shoved him in a locker?
That's a good question.
Villainous?
Was it? It was like not tense, but it was like unsettling, maybe.
Was it?
It got like really ominous there, Ethan. It was like mood switch. I remember that shit. Everyone was like, whoa.
I have creepy, I have sad, tragic, melancholy.
What's melancholy sound like? Let's get that listen real quick.
Yeah, hit it up, DJ.
No. Give me creepy.
Okay.
And I'll stick with that no matter how it feels. Sure. This was what I think we used.
It was.
To shove Lawrence in a locker.
That was amazing.
I'm gonna
That
take a drink
first
of
note
water.
is honestly terrifying.
Yeah, you bring up the thought of wanting to talk about this, and it's weighing on your mind a little bit. Anytime you even think about it, you can sort of feel the eyes of the spirits that constantly surround you on you. You can feel a little bit of the cold in the air. But Olivia and Triff both, look very concerned, and they're like, oh, they kind of look to each other and look to you.
As soon as she sees they look concerned, she immediately wants to like backpedal and is like, it's not, don't worry. It's not something. Look, we're having fun tonight. We've been having fun tonight, right? We can just say that. Say it.
Very much. And Olivia says,
Right.
yeah, I've been having fun.
Okay, and let's harness that feeling of fun, so that after I say what I'm about to say, we can go back to it. I don't want this to ruin the night. All right?
Okay. And Olivia just says, what is this about?
So, you guys were there at the club. Remember that? The rave?
Oh, yes, that was a very troubling night. Olivia just nods and kind of hugs herself a little bit.
So, I know Olivia. I know you saw it. Triff, maybe you didn't. My arms were on fire at one point. You guys remember that?
Oh, yes. That was very strange. I saw it from afar while I was helping the others evacuate.
Okay. Well, first I'd like to say thank you guys for literally never bringing that up.
Yes, I just
Like-
assumed it was another thing you can do, yes?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, I've been saying my powers are like telekinesis, which isn't typically fire.
Oh. I suppose
so I'm
that
just-
is true.
I'm just, you know, I appreciate you guys not hounding me on that. You know, some people I know probably definitely did and would.
It seems like as you say that, this is drawing attention for Triff of like, oh, I guess that was a little weird, but Olivia definitely, you know, kind of seems to have already understood that.
Yeah. So, you know, I'll rip the Band-Aid off. My powers aren't telekinesis. I was lying.
Oh, why would you lie?
Because my powers suck.
How so?
Well, because my powers also aren't setting my arms on fire, typically. But that is a thing I can do. You know, by and large, the thing I'm doing from day to day is, and here's where harness that feeling of fun. I see constantly dead people.
Oh my.
Yeah. You know, like ghosts.
Oh, well, that is yet another strange ability among the people here at the school, but I do not see why that is too troubling, I suppose. It is a little unsettling, but...
Well, I mean, it's troubling because it's ghosts, Triff. I mean, it's the spirits of the dead. It's like they follow me everywhere because I'm the only person that can see and talk to them. I can let them possess me so that they can, you know, empower me, but in return they're like feeling the feeling of being alive, kind of.
Oh.
It's really like they hound me because I'm all they got. And you know, as a result, it's not really cool when a bunch of ghosts continue to fall around one shining beacon. It kind of makes everywhere that beacon goes a little worse over time.
I suppose so. I suppose when you said it, I did not quite grasp it. On my planet, many people die all the time. I suppose it would be very different if I were to see the things that you see, but on my own world.
Yeah, you know what? That's a bummer to hear, because I was totally hoping that at some point my friendship with you would mean like a spring break on like an alien planet, because that would have kicked ass. But if your planet has a lot of, like, if people die a lot, I probably don't want to go.
Well,
Sorry, no offense. I don't mean that to sound rude. You get it.
Well, I do not, know how spirits, but
She'll look to. Oh, go on.
She's just gonna say,
but, thank you for telling us.
and you were gonna look over to Olivia.
Yeah. Just to see what her reaction has been.
You know, Olivia kind of seemed like she was ready for, she kind of, she always gives the vibe that she is ready for like something absolutely god-awful. And like, this is bad. But you can tell that she's a little less tense than she was. And she just says, so you see spirits. How many are around here? Or do they follow you from where you go?
She'll look around. She generally tries to tell them to leave her room.
Mhm.
Are there any in the room right now?
Yeah, they generally follow you around here.
Yeah, which tracks. She tells them to leave. They still float through from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll like say like, yeah, there's like, you know, one or two float through, you know, every few minutes basically.
oh,
If I don't pay direct attention to them, usually they linger around, but usually they don't directly try to engage with me, unless they really need something.
Well, that... I guess I get now why you always seemed to relate with me when I talked about my powers the way that I do.
Yeah. That's also not all.
Oh?
She feels a little bad because you had said how like they were, like Olivia was tense, but she relaxes a bit because it wasn't like a huge or an absolute god awful deal.
Mm-hmm.
Lily feels a little bad knowing she has to say what the worst part is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that ghosts are following me. I mean, they are, but you know, the fire thing. It's like, you know, sure, I'll rip the band-aid off on this too. Harness that feeling of fun, you guys. I'm doomed. I'm cursed. It's a curse.
What?
I'm cursed. I don't know how else to say it.
Triffany just kind of, her antennas go down a bit and she looks confused. But Olivia actually pipes up and she says, well, you're cursed, but what do you mean you're doomed? What does that mean?
Well, it's like, so I can talk to the dead. I'm like a medium and I can do a whole bunch of stupid things with them. That is a power that runs in my family, on my mom's side. My mom, but not to the same extent. It varies with a generation. Like my mom, she's just like, you know, like crystal ball in the middle of the table, tell me the name of the loved one you want to talk to, and then she'll do it. That's her job. She just does that stuff. I am significantly more powerful than anyone in my family has been. And that sucks because the deal was, you know, a long time ago, some dumb fucking ancestor I have made a stupid fucking deal with death, I guess, for this power, and in trade, they die.
Like they died?
No, they, as in, like, in trade for the power that I have, and in trade for the power that everyone on my mom's side of the family has, we will die. Sooner rather than later. You know, it depends on how powerful they are. Like, you know, my mom's, what, in her 30s, 40s, some shit like that. She's fine, and she's not come down with any illness or anything, because she's not super powerful, you know? But it's like, you know...
But the stronger you are...
Yeah.
And Triffany now looks very upset, and Olivia shakes a little bit before saying, but what is... I mean, how does it happen? Do you only have so long and it's a natural thing, or is it, I mean...
I don't know, because it hasn't happened to me before. I mean, they you know, I think they just show up, and they're just gonna kill me at one point.
They?
Like, you know, like Grim Reapers. Look, it's not, you know, it's not gonna affect you guys. It's like, it's not, you know,
I'm not worried about me. You can hear Olivia's about to choke up and start crying, and she says,
No, don't cry. That's not, I just need to tell you guys because you guys are like, you know, like my best friend, so I wanted to tell you because I need to start talking to people about it because I'm trying to figure it out. But I didn't want the first people I tell to be like fucking Lawrence, you know? And I didn't, you know, it's insane that I've gotten this far by just telling people that my power is telekinesis. Some people have figured out that it isn't, though they don't know what it is. And you know, just at some point, it's probably gonna, the gig is gonna be done. Because these guys fuck things up constantly. It's a wonder that they haven't too bad so far.
Dude.
So I just wanted to tell you guys so that you know you don't like see me suddenly summon ghosts and like feel like I lied to you or something. Which I guess I did lie to you, but like, you know, I'm not anymore.
Olivia kind of gives a little shudder again before just saying under her breath, I should probably go.
What? No, it's a girls' night sleepover. What the hell?
I just... If you're gonna...
Are you... Hang on. Are you, like, scared of me now?
No, You know what my power is.
You're not gonna kill me, Olivia.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just... that really sucks.
I mean, yeah, it sucks. But I'm gonna, like, you know, kick their ass or something, and I'm gonna get rid of it.
And after a brief moment of silence, you see over Olivia's shoulder through the window a figure floating there. And you kind of, like, your eyes alone do like a little double take as you lock onto it and you're able to see it. And you get the feeling of course that it's watching you, but you can clearly feel that it's just watching and waiting. It doesn't feel like it wants to approach yet, but it feels like it's waiting for something.
Lily will not lock eyes with it, I guess, but lock where she thinks eyes should be, kind of over Olivia's shoulder, and she'll take a breath and repeat, "I'm gonna kick their ass. I'm gonna make them break the deal. I'm gonna make them leave me alone."
Is there anything we can... She kind of just stops talking and looks down. And you can see that her posture is a little more enclosed. Not like she doesn't want to be near you, but you've seen the vibe before of when she is afraid to touch things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Lily will just, like, she's still locking eyes with the Dey'ja. Lily will, like, wordlessly raise her hand to Olivia, like, you know, with the unpainted nails, just kind of like, you know, I guess expecting her to continue. She means it in like a, hey, I trust you to do this, though I guess also it comes across like, hey, get to work.
She just looks at the hand and looks at you and says, I'm sorry.
You were doing a good job. So, I mean, if you want to finish it.
I'm sorry. I'm not scared of you, but a lot of people have, well, you know, I told you about it, but a lot of people have died. So Are you sure? Are you really sure you should be letting me near you if you're cursed to die?
Olivia. She wiggles her fingers.
She seems like very serious about her question.
You're not going to be the one who kills me. No one's going to, I mean, no one's going to kill me until I'm like 90. I'm going to beat them.
She gives a little shake of her shoulders again, and just silently nods. And Triffany, you know, is like,
Yes, I'm sure that you will best them and have a long and prosperous life, and if there is anything we may do to support you, we would be more than happy.
Well, I've kind of been compiling a list in my mind about like who is probably going to have to be the ones to help me. And I don't want you guys on that list because I don't think I need you guys on that list, which I don't mean in a rude way. I mean it in a way where I don't think you guys are your powers or anything. I don't think you're an essential need to beat them, and because of that I don't want to put you guys at risk.
Oh, well, I understand. And she gives you a sad smile. And in the blink
But I mean,
of...
I want you guys to follow me around for, when I'm talking to the other people about trying to get them to help me, because you guys are like my best friends, and it would be, emotional support. So I need you in that way.
And as you're saying that, in the blink of an eye, you see the figure, like a shadow, hovering over behind Olivia. And as you kind of get this glimpse, you see its hands hovering around her neck.
Is it just whoever they touch dies, or specifically if they're touching the person that like is hunting, or they're hunting or whatever?
From what you know from Lawrence is that only certain people can see them.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like these are the guys that take people away.
Okay.
But it doesn't seem to be, there are no quick movements, no slow movements, just in the blink of an eye, it is here, hovering over her, with its hands hovering around her neck, as if, like, playing with the idea, and just staring at her, not even looking at you.
She will continue to look at it, like, very tensely. Like, if it makes a movement to actually try to touch her, she will obviously do something. But she doesn't, because she doesn't want to freak these two out if she doesn't need to. So she is just waiting to see what it does, but she is going to continue like locking eyes with it.
And after a moment of kind of looking that way, Triff is just sort of like, kind of thinking to herself and looking at her hands. And Olivia, after looking at the floor for a second, kind of looks at you and looks over her shoulder. And in the blink of an eye, when she looks over her shoulder, the thing is gone. And she looks back at you.
Can I assess the situation again to ask a question?
Yeah.
Because I want to... Here. Yo!
You get 2 questions.
Where's the list of questions to see if there's any that are important that I can use? But I also know you just let us like ask the questions normally. Where is it? There it is.
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay, none of these specifically are helpful. I guess I'm just asking, was it leaving, like, is it something particular about Olivia, or was the thing just fucking with me?
It seems like whenever you see images of these things like this, it's almost like more of a premonition than it is like, something that is directly happening. And the vibe that you get from this is that that, given poor circumstances, people around Olivia can be in a lot of danger. And that's why she's wearing her suit. The vibe you get from this is that she is in as much danger as everyone around her.
Okay. But the danger is not, because I get 2 questions, right? It is, like, Olivia, I don't get the sense that, like, Olivia's powers or anything about Olivia is connected to them.
No.
In the way that, like, okay.
The biggest connection you draw is the fact that she's mentioned that everything she touches is broken. People have died, as the quote is. The biggest connection is, there's blood on her hands.
Yeah.
There's blood on her hands, and it seems like she's, whatever is going on with her with the rot can only accumulate more.
Okay. Well, Lily won't say anything about that.
Okay. And there's a brief pause as Olivia had looked over her shoulder and then back to you, and she just kind of looks in your eyes for a second, and she just says, "Are you sure I shouldn't be worried about what will happen to you? What might happen to you?"
I'm sure. She'll give Olivia a smile.
Oh, okay. I trust you. I trust you, and of course I trust you. But I'm just scared for you.
You shouldn't be. I'm going to be fine. I can do this.
Yeah, I know you can.
And besides, Triff already abandoned the girl squad. I'm not going to make you go to homecoming alone.
Triffany just sort of smiles a little bit and is like, "Yes, speaking of homecoming, you two will be wonderful together. Are your dresses matching? I do not know if I have a dress picked out yet, but I can still match with you girls."
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, we can probably set something up matching. I haven't gotten my dress yet. I was kind of focused on getting Olivia's.
Oh, that would be wonderful then. We will still be a powerful unit at homecoming. Yes,
Hell
let us consider what dresses we will wear to the gala then.
And it seems like Triffany is, eager to talk about something else and lift the spirits of everybody, like you are probably eager to do as well.
Yeah, Lily has one of her ghosts, which she feels a little bad now, having things float around now that they know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But she still has the laptop float up and is like, "All right, I'm putting on the director's cut, and you guys are paying attention this time."
And you hear Olivia laugh a little bit at that. She's clearly, kind of mid-sob, but, she laughs genuinely at that and gives a nod. And Triffany just says,
Okay, yes, this time I will be sure to absorb it.
I'm telling you, the movie is bad on purpose. It's an artistic choice.
Oh.
And with that, the movie starts, and you guys go in to watch another round of it with the director's cut, and, do as you will for the rest of the night. And as the night comes to a close, we'll move not too much farther later. But, once again, still the weekend, as we're going to follow somebody else.
God, I can't wait until the final thing Lily has to do to beat death is a game of your choosing, and then okay, the arcade dance game, and then you break it down against death and fucking bop them at the dance game.
Claw
all
machine,
going
bitch. I've been
full circle.
practicing.
Me and you and the claw machine.
Claw machine for my soul.
You have to grab your soul out of a pile of toys, but if you get a toy, then game
I
over.
get to get a toy.
Yeah, there you go. Here, give me just 1 second.
Death has okay, I got chess. I have all these cool old claw game. What? Claw game. Okay.
Oh, all right.
He starts sweating because he saw me. He saw me fucking amass a pile. He knows I'm about to kick his ass.
I was like, oh god, I didn't predict this one.
All right.
I'm about to get scammed. I'm about to get fucking dono walled. Okay, back to 100%.
But yeah, the weekend continues on. It's the beginning of the next day, and one of you is in her room, just sort of chilling out. And you're kind of just spending time to yourself. You're trying to study, get yourself brought up to speed on the current curriculum. And as you're sort of, you're getting things together, and you're just sort of spending your weekend time on your own, sort of de-stressing. But suddenly your phone starts to buzz.
I look at it, see who's giving me a call.
It's your mom calling.
Uh-oh. We've been probably texting a little bit back and forth since the semester started, but we haven't had much in terms of phone conversations, and I just recently learned that he was informed about my academic situation.
Mm-hmm.
So it is very tempting to not answer the call. But I'll answer it, because I know if I don't, she'll just call me again and again.
You pick up, and there's a very brief silence before she says, Alexis Cruz.
Mother?
I suppose you know that the school told me about how your scores have been.
Yes. Yeah, I heard.
So what's been going on?
Well, a lot, honestly.
Like, what is going on that is keeping you from your studies, dear? You know you can't let your scores drop like this. They're going to kick you out.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. It's.
Have you been studying enough?
I thought I was.
Well, apparently you haven't been.
I'll be studying more by the time the midterms come. I will.
I would hope so. Just, if you keep scoring like this, it's going to have bad repercussions. And I know you really wanted to go to this school, and it was hard to... Just, you're going to need to focus on your studies more. I don't know what's been going on. I don't know if you've been spending time going out with friends and goofing off, which is wonderful. I am glad that you've been making friends at school. But you really need to focus on your studies. This is not acceptable. And she is going to try to shift your labels.
Okay.
So she's digging into you. She's coming down on you hard. She's going to try to shift your superior up and your danger down, as she scolds you for not studying enough and, you know, doing whatever it is that you're doing that your grades have slipped.
Yeah, I will accept that.
Okay. Yeah, you sit there and bear it. So, you know, move superior up one, danger down one. As she just kind of, you know, she's coming down on you hard about it. And you feel like, you know, it's not really super fair. You know what's been going on. You know that other than the fact that a teen's life, there's a lot going on in your life.
Lots of drama.
But also just all of the trouble with potential villains and all of that. But, you know, even though you have your excuses, it's hard to know what to say. So you just let her go on about it. And eventually it winds down. And she, you know, kind of comes back around and says, Alexis, you're going to need to keep your studies up and your health up, just like your training. Are you eating right?
I'm doing what I can. They do have a lot of food available in the cafeteria.
What is the last thing you ate for lunch?
Probably some hot dogs, if I'm being honest.
Hot dogs are not a very balanced lunch. It's okay every so often, but you have to get plenty of vitamins.
I know. I'll try.
Listen, your grandfather, he had stellar grades, stellar physical scores, and he was able to do this because he had a balanced diet, and he was studious, as all of them would come. All through school. That's how he became such a great hero and archaeologist. He was in a wonderful field. And what are your career plans along with being a hero, Alexis? You haven't mentioned such to me.
Well, I think I have the right to take a little more time to figure that out.
Well, yes.
On top of that, maybe I'm not the same as Captain Gravity.
I don't know why you have to talk about him as if... Never mind. Just try to keep things together there, okay? I don't
I don't want the next time that I see you to have to be picking you up after you were expelled.
It won't be, I promise.
And also, while I have you on the phone, about that dreary dark costume of yours, you need to pick something brighter, and something that shows off your smile a little more so you can make people feel safe. Like your grandfather did.
And again, maybe I have my own sense of style and what a hero should look like.
Well, the face mask is totally unnecessary. It closes you off to the world, honey. That's all I'm saying.
I'll keep it in mind.
Oh, very well. Well, I guess that is all I was concerned about. How have things been going with your friends? Have things been going well?
They have been. One of my friends has a club that I join from time to time for some of the kind of off-world or other students who don't really know Earth culture. And I kind of sit in because I have a few friends in that group.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
It is. It's very nice.
And
there's a lot of good people in my class.
well, it does sound like it. Well, listen, dear, I do have to get off the phone. I know I'm a little hard on you, but just keep trying, okay? I am proud of you.
Thank you, Mom.
Okay. And call me. Remember to call me every so often. I don't want to have to call you every single time I want to hear from you, okay? If something good happens, call me and tell me.
Okay, I will.
Okay. All right, I love you, sweetie.
I love you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
And she hangs up the phone.
Alex, puts her phone down, flops on the bed and does a big dramatic teenage sigh after that conversation.
She's like, all right. Rough. Yeah, and, after hanging up the phone, you're probably a bit exhausted. And, just kind of glad that you're in your room and that nobody else was really able to hear you or listen in on you. Except for, you hope that the walls weren't super thin, but it's not like you were talking very loud.
Yeah.
You decide, you know what, I need to study, but I think I need to relax for a little bit. And you take a little bit of time off from your study session.
Yeah. Maybe take a little nap, decompress.
Yeah, maybe take a little nap. Just a little one. But with that, we move on once again.
Oh god, do I have to do things? Oh no.
Not yet.
It's Will in the Void. Okay, never mind.
Oh, this is cool looking.
Is this Super Mario Galaxy parkour? Oh my god, I've seen this in Let's Plays.
So, it's time to catch up to what Echo's doing. Roughly a week later, Echo has finally finished serving his detention sentence. It's the middle of the week now, and like you planned with Eugene, you scheduled a reservation to use a section of the dome for a sparring match. A rematch. Eugene had teased you about losing before and dared you to try again, and rising to the occasion, you accepted.
Where are they?
That's a good question. So when you step through the door and enter the dome, you're instantly met with this surprise. Open space, with the only things in reach being small fragments of a larger asteroid that you can see in the distance. And of course, you can hop from rock to, get a better surveillance of the area, if you so desire.
He does indeed. He's kind of confused. Like, what the... He goes to, jump. How is gravity affected here?
Actually, as you move to hop forward, first of all, the door kind of disappears behind you to continue the illusion of where you are. And you can, of course, breathe here, but gravity seems to be much lighter, emulating the experience of a moonwalk.
Yeah, it does a little flip as he lands on the next asteroid. So he's like, Eugene? Eugene?
Yeah, you call out. It's silent.
There's another rock nearby, at least close enough for you to jump to.
In the back of my mind, Echo's like probably like, he's fucking with me. To the other rock.
You jump over to the other rock, and you know you're not really quite sure what to expect from Eugene, given how he is. But as you're trying to put some thought into it, as if on cue, you hear a voice call out to you from on high. Well, if it isn't Rift Runner, I'm surprised you actually showed up. But then you would be eager for a chance to settle the score between us, wouldn't you? It's 1-0 in my favor, after all. Heist stands triumphantly atop the asteroid, looking down at you with a smug grin. From the look of it on his face and the tone of his voice, you get the vague feeling that he's enjoying this.
Yeah. Echo kind of looks up to him and like crosses his arms. He's like, yeah, what's with the arena?
Oh, this arena is surely fitting for us, wouldn't you say so?
In what way?
The vastness of space, where no one can get in the way.
I thought you like an audience.
Not all the time. Sometimes things need to get a little personal.
Fair. So,
Besides, it is much more interesting than choosing the city streets like everyone else does.
So you just wanted to, try something different.
Perhaps.
That's fair. All right. And he kind of like cracks his knuckles. He's been having a bit of a week.
He chuckles to you and turns and he says, "First to pin their opponent and make them unable to move wins."
For how long? Because you had me pinned there for a while, but I almost got out. So do we got a timer?
I'll say unable to move, period.
Oh. Okay.
Whether we knock each other out or restrain each other, I'm sure we can get creative. He gives you a little smirk.
Alright, that's fair. And he's kind of like limbering up and doing his stretches. Nelson taught him before. Like every morning, which would probably make Nelson proud. He's like doing he's like bending his knees and like getting ready.
Mm-hmm. And also are your prosthetics are below the knees, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then, with that, after doing your stretches, you guys lock eyes and both know, okay, we're both ready. And it's time for a sparring match.
My music. Echo, without even missing a beat, would go to run and jump at Eugene, and as he does so, he's gonna go to open a portal in front of him, as if to make it seem like he's doing his old move, that like how you jumped in a portal and vanished, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead of jumping in the portal, right before he goes through the portal, he's gonna close it and then just go to punch Eugene.
Okay, you go to fake him out. Roll to directly engage a threat.
All right, here's the real question, Ethan, because I know Eugene. Does he underestimate me?
Not this time.
Really?
Yeah, not this time.
All right. Then let us do that.
A full hit. Yeah, your trick definitely catches him off guard, and he for sure is like, "Oh, you're gonna jump in behind me." And as he turns around and he hears the portal close, he looks back just in time for you to deck him. So you get to pick 2 from the directly engage a threat list. You can resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity for your allies or yourself to follow up, or you can impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition, and you get 2 choices.
I was gonna say, can I take his consciousness? No, I'm kidding.
It'd be anticlimactic.
Yeah, a little bit. Can I take it? Can I take his sense of balance and just impress him?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, you come over, and you manage to deck him, but he's able to react quick enough to grab you and kind of like spin around a little bit, You know, he kind of like elbows you in the side a little bit as you two wrestle midair. But after spinning around a bit, you manage to take control of the grab, and you end up tossing him out into open space as he is just spinning around in the air and has nothing to grab onto. And yeah, you know, you're able to drift back and land on this asteroid, and he looks at you and gives you you know, a little wider grin. Like, he's like, oh, okay, it's on. And as he floats back this way, he is going to whip, you remember the tattoos that are on his arms that seem to come to life like tendrils. And they whip off of his arms and go over towards the center asteroid as they sort of like latch into it and pull him over onto it in order to ground himself. But in this time, you have the opportunity to do something else.
Oh man, good question. Echo's gonna go to use that momentum because I assume he kind of got pushed onto the rock Eugene was on, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna use that time to like use the momentum to like springboard himself off of it and go to fly towards Eugene again. And just to fuck with him even more, as he goes to fly towards him, he's gonna open a portal right beside Eugene. And what's in the sand realm?
Sand.
What's in the snow realm?
Snow.
Is it windy in the snow realm?
Yeah, it's always a little windy, at least.
Okay. He's gonna go to like, could I was gonna say I was gonna open a portal right beside his face and just like have like really cold wind blow in his face to like distract him as he goes to deck him again.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go to directly engage a threat.
God, I love this music.
Oh, not this time. No, this time you open up the portal next to him, and he seems to like step back as if like reactively, just not wanting to be in the way of the portal. And when you land, missing your shot, he reels back and punches you in the chest in order to knock you back into the air. And as this happens, you feel an electrical, you know, surge course through you as he zaps you with that punch. Let's see. After that happens, how's he gonna follow this up? Let me check real quick. Yeah. As he follows that up, he is going to put his arms out to either side, and clouds are going to start rising from his body before very swiftly flying over in your direction, and he is going to attempt to zap you with them.
Of course he took, what's her name's power? Fuck.
So roll to take a powerful blow.
Ethan, I'm gonna ask you this.
Yeah.
Because for the Nomad thing, it says when you take a powerful blow for someone who has influence over you, take -2 to the roll. Are you cashing in the influence to use that?
What are you talking about?
It's a Nomad thing. Eugene has influence over him, or is that?
He is not spending influence to affect the general hit on you.
Okay.
So if that is like one of your powers that because he has influence over you, you take -2 to the roll. That's just you just get to do that.
Okay, I didn't know that was a passive thing or not.
So yeah, you take a powerful blow minus the 2 that you should take because he has influence over you.
Bastard. Oh, it's a hit.
Oh, it's still a hit.
Close.
Let's see. You can lash out verbally to either... Yeah, you can lash out verbally and take advantage of your influence if you have influence over him to inflict a condition. You can give ground and give him an opportunity, or you struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions.
I'll give him an opportunity.
Okay. Then, as he gives you a very quick, electrifying jab in order to send you back, and then quickly sends a few small clouds out that seemingly like fly through you and zap you each time, you continue to drift over in this direction, which he smiles and goes to pursue you in order to, pursue this string of luck that he's having. And we're actually going to change the music a little bit.
And you got a fucking Eugene theme?
I do, actually.
Oh, no. Better than the best.
It's true, he is. So as he both knocks you off kilter and then ensures that, you're going to be tumbling through the air zapped for a second, he is going to run and jump off of this thing, off of the asteroid in order to pursue you. And as you hit the side of this asteroid and your back slams into it, he is going to fly into you in order to knee you in the stomach, grab your hands, and use his tendrils in order to wrap them around your arms in a way to try to bind your arms to where, like, if you pull your hand close to your shoulder, like completely bending your arm, he is going to try to force you to bend your arms and wrap them with his tendrils in order to keep you constrained. So roll to directly engage a threat.
I'm rolling for myself here, I assume.
Excuse me?
I assume I'm rolling to, like, get out of this.
Yes, you're rolling to directly engage a threat.
Okay, cool. Does he underestimate me?
No, he does not underestimate you. He is very much trying to tie you up to end this quickly. Because now he knows you're a tricky little bastard.
Echo's always a tricky little bastard.
It's true.
Alright.
That is a hit. So you can pick one from the directly engage a threat list. You can either resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, or impress, surprise, or frighten.
I guess I'd take an opportunity I'd take away his ability to bind me.
Okay. So yeah, he closes in, and he goes to grab your hands and forcibly bind you. You manage to kick him off of you back in this direction, and he is unable to bind you, but he does get a quick kick in as his body spins through the air, and as you get kicked in the side of the head, you're like, oh god, what are the odds of that kick happening? As he lands over here, and his tendrils, like, whip out to either side. And as he lands over here, you having been kicked in the head, don't really get an opportunity to follow up, but you are able to pull yourself onto this asteroid in order to sort of right yourself. And as both of you get to a sturdy foundation once again, it's time for the fight to continue as he goes to send clouds in your direction. How do you respond?
I assume he's just sending them directly at me.
They're kind of coming in an arc in your direction.
So, like, would you say, just for my sake,
Mm-hmm.
Like an arc up and down?
More like out to either side. Like they're going out in a ring shape towards you, yeah.
Okay. That's Echo. I don't want to grab him. Echo would probably be like, oh, criff. As he sees these coming towards him. He's just gonna go to dive backwards into a portal again.
Okay. You're gonna dive into a portal, and where do you want to pop out?
Probably he'd think if I dive into a portal, he'd think behind him. I'm gonna try to, like, 5D chess him and go right in front of him. He'd probably assume Echo's using the past knowledge of him being, okay, when I went into the portal the first time, he was kind of looking behind him, so he's probably expecting that, so I'm gonna come in from the front this time.
So you're gonna pop out directly in front of him?
Correct.
Alright. You open a portal, dive back. So you said you fall backwards into the portal, right?
Yeah.
So you fall backwards towards Heist.
What?
Because you're going backwards into the portal, but you want to appear in front of him, right?
Oh, I assume, like, I'd, like, jump backwards into, like, I don't know, the sand realm. I don't know what it's like there, and then just run forward and then pop
I
out.
see. Okay. Yeah, in that case, you hop back, the portal closes, you run forward another dimension, jump out of a portal here, and you very suddenly appear in front of him, but it does seem like he was keeping his eyes forward, so directly engage a threat.
As he pops out of the portal, he's like, hi, Heist! And he just goes to fucking deck him.
Let's see.
Nope.
Oh, that's a miss. As you pop out and say, hi, Heist, and you go to punch him, he swats your arm out of the way, kicks you in the chest, and says, bye, Echo. And as you float into the middle of all of these clouds, they all stay orbiting you and zap you in the middle of them. Roll to take a powerful blow.
It's gonna suck.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh no, wait. Oh dear's good on take a powerful blow.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you stand strong. Mark potential. How do you weather the blow of this electric shock coming from all around you?
God, I kind of want to. Oh, can I get spicy?
It depends, but probably.
I was gonna say, can Echo have? Because I assume his armor's kind of like linked into his gear.
Mm-hmm.
Could he have like him have Spark channel the energy from the lightning into like his crossbow and shoot it back?
Okay, sure. By the way, saying that it is a crossbow makes this sound much more dangerous than it is.
Well, you know what I mean. His hand
Yeah.
bow.
No, I get you.
His
Yeah.
energy bow.
You are able to very quickly have Spark reroute the energy that is coming into you into a more powerful than normal energy shot. So what kind of energy shot do you want to hit Heist with?
Oh, just a crisp taser.
Okay, you add the electrical element to your basic, like, pushing shot. So let's see here.
Not enough to like kill him, just a taser.
Well, yeah. I get you. Let's see. Do you have a specific move for that?
It's technically my no powers and not nearly enough, but I roll freak to unleash my powers for that. So
Yeah, then go ahead and do that.
please don't fail me now.
That's a hit. So yeah, you end up firing it in his direction, and he kind of throws up a cloudy sort of shield in front of himself that the shot goes through. The clouds, releasing a sort of spark that runs through them as it absorbs the current, but the shot still hits him and knocks him back as he goes tumbling out into open space again. And it seems like you've got a little opportunity, though you are also floating in open space at the moment.
Backwards?
Yeah.
What can I do to get zesty here? So I assume he'd be floating backwards. Can he use... Because he has his force shot on the crossbow, right? And it creates kind of like a bump.
Yeah. It has a push.
Can he use that and like aim it backwards and use it to like propel himself forwards?
Yeah, sure.
So this is what I was thinking. So he shoots it backwards, uses his hand bow to like propel himself forward. He's gonna run across this asteroid and go to just kick Eugene.
Okay. Then roll to directly engage a threat once again.
Man, directly engage a threat's getting a lot of
Yeah, you guys are getting into fisticuffs a little bit.
Yeah, no kidding. Please. My God.
That's a 7. All right. Once again, one from the list.
Can you read them out to me again, please?
Resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, or impress, surprise, or frighten. And you're kind of acting on an opportunity at the moment.
Can you go to try to take his movement from him? Kind of like this by like, I guess trying to knock him out.
Okay. Yeah, you run forward. So as you're sort of like floating back and tumbling through the air, you manage to line up a shot with your force, your force shot against the asteroid and launch yourself through the air. And thankfully, you pivot around the little cloud that was floating in place with the electrical charge. You end up landing on the asteroid and running in his direction. And eventually, you close the distance to him. And what kind of hit do you want to land?
I guess he just to take away his like movement. I guess he'd try to like wind him by kicking him.
All right. Then you come in with a clean run up to him, and you go to kick him in the stomach, which does knock the wind out of him, but he wraps his tendrils around your prosthetics, and as he goes flying back, your prosthetics are unshackled by his tendrils as he goes flying, and you go falling onto the asteroid.
Oh, so he took one of my legs or both of them?
He took both of them.
That bastard! They're gonna land. He just said it, like, looks down his legs. He's like, hey!
And as he floats over here, he kind of like catches himself between these two asteroids. You know, an arm out to either side, using your prosthetics to keep himself steady. And he coughs a little bit as you knocked the wind out of him, and just chuckles and says, "Well, come get me, Echo."
That's cheating, but okay.
And when you say that's cheating, he says, "And how are villains gonna fight?"
Yeah, all right, you got me there. He goes to like use his hands to like push himself upwards a bit, so he's like floating. And he's gonna go to use God, I kind of want to call in the cavalry.
Go ahead and do it.
Let me just think here. I gotta get zesty.
It does seem like after what you just did, you've got him in a corner, like literally, but also you've got him in a corner in the fight, but because of what he was capable to do, you guys are on even enough ground that you think like, okay, you know, if I mess up a shot here, it is possible that I just biff it and he could just tie me up. So you got to be careful, but there's an opportunity for you to end the fight.
You know what he's gonna do? All right, instead of directly engaging, which he's been kind of doing, and he lost his legs because of it, he's gonna have help. He's gonna be like, Spark, I need help aiming here, and he's gonna go to flick his wrist crossbow and just go to shoot a 4-shot right in his head enough to like kind of like, I guess, knock him out. Do like a sharpshooter shot between his eyes.
Between his eyes. All right, yeah, go for it. For this one, let's see. Yeah, roll to unleash your powers.
Bang. You don't know how long I've waited. I'm sorry, I'm saying a little. There it is!
Kapow! There it is. So, as this happens, you prop yourself up and you're like, all right, I need some help aiming. He uses your prosthetics to prop himself up and push himself off of these asteroids in your direction, which he actually throws your prosthetics towards you and uses his tendrils to wrap onto them to pull himself with the momentum. And he seems like he's ready to do a flying knee into you. But you fire off the shot right as he comes over, knock him in the head, and he goes spinning ass over tea kettle over you before slowly landing on the asteroid. And he lands face down. Your prosthetics are kind of just floating in the air next to you guys. Not close enough for you to grab, though. They're in the distance of, like, oh, if I let my guard down to go get them, he could do something. But you look at him, unable to really move around, and he just kind of sits there for a second before coughing and pushing himself up and looking at you. And you both look at each other for a second before he says, all right, I think this is over for now. That gave me a bit of a headache. And, yeah, and you pause for a second, you know, again, looking over at your prosthetics, you're like, might be easiest.
Yeah, that's yeah, kind of nuts. That's fair. He takes down his like mask as he goes to like float over and grab them both.
And yeah,
as he lands, he like puts him back on, and then he kind of goes to walk over and offer a hand to shake.
Yeah, a couple minutes pass. You're able to get yourself, you know, hitched onto your legs again. And as you offer a hand, he looks at you, and he just sort of like scoffs and stands up, dusting himself off without taking your hand.
Oh, don't give me that.
You know, he looks at you with a smirk and says, well, I do have at least one thing to say. You might be a good adversary for me after all.
I kind of like, you can see he's beaming at that a bit. He's kind of like, really
oh, don't get me wrong. It's not because you're particularly skilled, but you know, I can't exactly copy or steal what you do since you don't have any powers. So it's a nice test, is all.
You did have some strong ones from other students, and you know, used them well, but not good enough to beat me. So you know, it's understandable.
Yes, I was hoping to rely on one of them more than the others, but it is... well, it's unpredictable, to say the least.
He like pats him on the shoulder and comes, and he gestures like sit down on the side of the rock.
He waves your hand off when you go to pat his shoulder, but when you sit down, he still stands next to you and looks out at open space where you guys can see the asteroid in the distance, but otherwise he stays standing.
What time is it right now for them?
It's sometime in the afternoon, like late afternoon.
I got like snacks here if you want some.
What kind of snacks?
Pardon?
What kind?
He like kind of like raises his like, because he has his like poncho kind of on his side,
Mm-hmm.
and he raises it up and he has like a little satchel sort of thing, and he pulls out two things of they're like bread with cheese in the middle and bacon, but they're not like, they're sandwiches, they're normal sandwiches, they're not cooked or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then he pulls out a little like metal sort of like, you know, like grills, how they have like those little metal things that have standees.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes to like open a portal to the fire realm. He puts the metal bit in, and then he goes to like take the bread and like put it in on the like metal standee, and then like he lets them grill. He's making grilled cheese.
He, by the way, melt because there's bacon.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. But you start this up, and he kind of furrows his brow as he watches you do this. But then he just kind of chuckles, and he shakes his head.
What, you're just gonna like, you know, just gonna let me eat these by myself? Sit down. Have a seat.
I'll take one. He goes to sit down.
You better. I made these myself. I had friggin'.
Seems like you're always ready for a camping trip.
Well, you got to be prepared when you're from where I'm from. He takes them out after they're significantly grilled. He kind of pauses as he looks at the one. How do you like yours?
he looks at it and he just says, "Not burnt."
Okay, this is pretty good. And he like offers it over.
He takes it,
And
and responding to you saying, you know, like we kind of need to be that way from where I'm from. He just kind of, you know, he gives a little nod, like, "Oh yeah, I guess that's true."
Echo grabs his, which is a little bit more crispy, and he like goes to like chew on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm curious. Why do you want to get into the hero biz?
Can't say. Maybe because I'm so naturally talented at it that it was the only thing that I could do.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you want to get in it to help people, or do you want to, like, you know, just do it because you're good at it?
Sometimes, I believe, there's only one thing a person can do, and they don't really have much choice otherwise. This is that for me, but I'm making the most of it.
Because, don't get me wrong, because I like you. A lot of guys and people, especially in your class, think you have a bit of an ego.
Well, who wouldn't when you're as good as me?
See, I'd agree with you, but, and he kind of swallows. Where I'm from, and I'm just warning you, egos usually make people fail more than they want. I knew one guy. He thought he was really good at something, and he went out on a expedition looking for some crystal or something. I forget. Doesn't matter. And he was like, "Oh man, I'll do this by myself. I'm the best at this. I don't need a team. I don't need anybody. I'm, you know, the best."
Listen, I don't need the lecture, but I get it. I do.
You didn't come home.
No, I do get it. You know, sometimes when I look at you, I think you're pretty stupid. And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You're a little stupid, but well, you get one thing that's important about this place, at least. I guess I kind of respect that.
What's that?
It's true here, too. People that are born with power can be arrogant and self-important. He kind of rolls his eyes when he says that. A lot of people with power believe themselves to be infallible. I just enjoy proving them wrong. That's all.
Okay, I'm just trying to look out for you, because I know that makes people arrogant. They don't think they can learn more. But
Don't worry. Well, I'll be fine.
Oh, that's all I wanted to say. How's the drill? How's the melt?
Oh, it's fine. He just kind of, takes another bite of it.
I apologize for the ash. It's hard to, That's
Oh, good. I only tasted it now.
I'm sorry. He chuckles. So, 1-1 on the old scoreboard.
What are you saying?
1-1. And because I 1-1, you 1-1.
I don't know. That looked like a tie to me.
That you don't get to do what I did last time.
Really? Who was shambling around without their legs for a few minutes there?
Hey, who shot you in the head and then you gave up?
I got back up. Last time I checked, getting back up means you're not out of the fight, doesn't it, Mr. Cheater from another world? When you tried to fight back at me after I had you pinned.
You're just sour I won is what happened.
Listen, the scoreboard clearly says 2-1. That's all I'm saying.
Mate, no, mate. It's 1-1. You can't lie. You gave up. You're like, all right, that's
so,
it. I gotta hit.
So you admit that I won the first time, though?
No, yes, you won the first one, if only because they intervened. But then I won this one. So no, hey, this was fun.
Maybe. So you hear anything from that Gabe kid in your class?
Yeah, apparently. Sorry, I got some cheese in my mouth. He's going after poor Alex now.
Reminder for me: did Alex tell people about this?
I assume he'd hear from rumors.
It's a rumor in the rumor list.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
That's what I was going off of.
Yeah,
also,
no,
I
that's
did
good.
Add to the one we got earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, he kind of raises a brow at this, and then looks out to space again and is like, I guess that makes sense. The powerful keep wanting to test themselves against each other.
Surprised you didn't go after him.
I've considered it. His powers are... What do you say?
Don't, he'll kick your ass.
You have a low expectation of me, but...
No. I seen him put a ball in the side of a wall. I don't want,
Well, his powers are... weird. I don't really know how mine would work against his, so... It could be a little dangerous, I suppose. But nevertheless, if it did work, I think I'd probably be the best counter to him in this school. And that's not me just being arrogant. I've thought long and hard about that.
No, your unpredictability helps with that.
Oh, not just that. His powers, they work against themselves.
Oh? He kind of looks to the side. I didn't think of that.
Of course you didn't.
So, Echo kind of, pauses as he, looks down to, his, he has a couple, charms or whatever above his poncho, and he kind of looks at one that looks like a really shitty, gem that was, made, it was pulled out of a claw machine. He has it, tied to a string. It looks like it could be a necklace, but he has it tied to, over his poncho for, good luck.
Yeah.
And he looks back to Eugene. Do you have anyone going to homecoming?
I'm sorry, for a second, I swear to God, I thought you were about to say that you were going to give it to him. And that would have been the funniest thing in the world.
No.
Okay. Yeah, when you say that, he just laughs and says, I don't think so.
So you're going alone?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why don't you,
Don't say what I think you're gonna say.
Why didn't you go with,
Don't. Shut up.
Alexis? Old weather report, eh? And he kinda, nudges him with his elbow.
She'll probably be keeping her eye on me there to make sure I don't cause any trouble. I swear, she has the lowest opinion of me.
No, I think she just cares.
Well, maybe.
No, she does. I consider it a hunch.
Whatever.
He kind of like winks at him.
You can hear him. You can hear him make a disgusted noise when you wink at him. He's like, ugh. He just looks away from you and keeps eating. Well, I guess I have a question for you.
Shoot.
So, what about your little friend group and your connection to that drug?
Echo stops. Echo like chokes on his food.
You know what I'm talking about, the weird stuff that's apparently been going around in the city. I was at least there to hear part of your conversation with Headmistress Forsyth. You didn't want to tell me at the time, but I figure I have a right to know.
To be honest, we just stumbled on it. We don't know. We
Where?
Can assume...
Where did you just stumble upon a drug that's been flying through the city and being used by criminals?
We were at a rave.
Oh, is that all?
Well, we were at a rave and some criminals crashed it. Apparently, they might have been doing some like trade there, and they didn't expect the rave to be there. So.
And who all went with you, if you don't mind me asking?
Why do you want to know?
I'm here to be a hero, Echo. Call me curious.
A few of us. It was me, Joe,
Terry.
Yeah. And Terry, well, yeah, Terry and, God, I'm trying to remember, who wasn't there?
Anybody else that was there doesn't matter. Echo, I think you need to watch out for that guy.
Terry?
Yes.
Why?
You know him better than I do. Or you think you know him better than I do. I haven't talked to the guy. But how well do you genuinely know him?
Pretty decently. Me and him do counseling. Well, we counsel with the same guy. We counsel with fellows. But in all honesty, he's not like, I know everyone's like, oh, hey, they're kind of giving him...
I'm not asking how well you guys get along at school. I'm asking how well do you actually know him? What do you know about him?
Kai, out of character, what would Echo know about him?
What do you know about him? Because that's what Echo would know about him.
Yeah. How well...
Nothing. He eats food, he goes to school, he occasionally makes funny jokes to himself, and other than that, he has given you nothing. He poisoned you once.
That's true. That's true. And you know about that.
Close enough with Terry to get invited to go on crimes.
It's true.
That's all I'm saying.
God.
So yeah, I mean, that is the rundown of how well, like when you think about it, you know, you're school friends with him, but you don't really know much about him as a person. You've hung out with him, you've had a great time with him, and you know from the confrontation that you guys had while investigating that liquid you guys found that he apparently poisoned you at the rave.
Nonchalantly, might I add.
Yeah.
I didn't feel bad about it at all. Well, he kind of did, but like, as much as you'd feel bad for, like, I don't know, stealing someone's Bakugan for a day.
That's really specific. Echo kind of puts like his finger to like his chin as he taps it, and he kind of like thinks over that.
Listen.
You know, not much.
All I'm saying is that, well, that I think you need to look out for him. Of course, the rumors are floating around school about his connection to criminal activity. Everybody at this point pretty much gets why he's here at the school. He's here for some reformment program. But it is very likely that he just joined the school as some kind of double agent. I mean, it's not really outside of the realm of possibility. There are plenty of people that want to tear apart a symbol like the school. And I mean, what kind of heroes would the adults be if they turned away a kid who wanted to reform his ways and become a hero?
Echo's kind of thinking about that. His gears are turning. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until he proves otherwise, but I will keep an eye on him.
I think that's stupid. As
Why?
far as I'm concerned, the less we actually know about that kid, the more we need to scrutinize him. He shouldn't have anything to hide. The more answers we get, the better we'll know for sure, right?
And what if he's here legitimately, then?
Then we have nothing to worry about. And if he really is here to be a hero, he should understand, like the rest of us, why we would want to know. Why we'd want to know more about him, and more about his connection to whatever it is that's going on. He's been disappearing a lot, you know?
Echo's kind of like quiet. He goes quiet at that, and he kind of like puts his hand over like the pocket where he has like the other 2 vials. I suppose.
Anyways. And he kind of like, you know, finishes off his little sandwich and says...
Does he eat the crusts? This is important lore.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't really care.
Yeah.
And, you know, he finishes it off. He stands up and dusts his hands off a little bit. And he says, well, I guess that's all I really needed to know. I don't know if you're actually going to do anything about it, but I would just keep an eye out. You never know when you're going to get backstabbed.
Echo remembers when you poisoned him. Yeah. And he kind of like finishes off his sandwich as he stands up and kind of copies him, but then realizes he's copying him and then just kind of dusts off it on his pants or his shorts. Yeah, you're right.
No, I know I am.
Give me a lot to think about. Thanks.
Of course. I mean, again, remember, I'm here to be a hero too. I have everyone's best interests in mind, even if it doesn't seem like I do.
Echo puts a hand on his hip and kind of like tilts his head with a smile. He's like kind of like just kind of like holding back a small like chuckle.
You put your hand on your hip?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
That would be weird.
Yeah, I was like, I was raised my eyebrow for a second. I was like, what? Okay, yeah.
He's going for a smooch. No, his own fucking hip.
Yeah. Put a hand on your hip and you kind of give a little smile under the mask, unless you pull the mask down.
Well, the mask was down so he could eat.
You know what? That's right. I should have realized that. Yeah, you give him a smile, but he just kind of shrugs and says, anyways, yeah, maybe we can do this again sometime. I think that, well, this is mutually beneficial.
I agree. It's a good change of pace, especially with everything that's been going on.
Yes.
I needed this.
Well, I'm glad that I could be of some help to you, wiping the floor with you once again. He goes to jump across the way.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I won this one.
Have fun in Loser Town, Echo! And he goes to jump through open space where he reaches where the door is and he opens it to walk through.
Smell you later.
Smell you later, loser!
Be like, hey, let's walk back, but I won this, hey! Just like walk back with him.
And of course, you know, you guys both head out and start bickering as you head back to your dorm. And very soon after this, we move to someone else's dorm later in the day.
Oh god, how many people are left? I'm running out of fingers.
Oh god.
Oh god, it's me.
Oh god, it's him!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very cool.
A hammock?
Yep.
Okay.
Terry is alone in his dorm room after yet another day full of studying for tests, training for upcoming physical exams, and over the past week you've had another occasion to help Pincer move some goods, but otherwise you've not heard anything and haven't had anything to report to Foresight. So, how do you spend your free time alone in your dorm?
It's actually a good. What would Terry do? Does Flappy Bird exist in this universe, or an offshoot variation of Flappy Bird?
Something like that probably exists,
okay,
yes.
He'd be playing Nappy Bird. It's like Flappy Bird, so it has a little nightcap and it's the stars background.
Sure.
While he's on the hammock.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on your hammock playing some Nappy Bird, when all of a sudden your phone buzzes and you see you have a notification. Interrupting your gaming.
Yep, it actually distracts him if he loses. This angers him. It's fine though, he opens up the notification.
When you check it, you see it's from Pincer.
He sighs. He checks what it is.
Apparently, he needs you for another job tonight. He doesn't normally message you like this suddenly, but apparently it's urgent. There's a sudden transport happening for some, quote, very precious cargo that Maul needs delivered immediately.
Okay, so that was the message? Like, this happened, like, right now?
Yep.
Okay, he'd say, who's coming? Like, you and some goons? He's not gonna call them goons. You and some others?
He says, just me at the moment. I just need some help getting it into the truck, and we can drive it straight there.
Important. Cargo. Just Pincer. Oh, that doesn't sound right. He just messaged like, okay, I'll be there.
He says, cool, and, lets you know where to meet him so you guys can rendezvous and then go where you need to go.
This is such a trap. Okay, well, like, he'd put his phone in his pocket and he'd go to get ready. He's just gonna go. Well, I assume it's nighttime now, right? Or getting close to it?
Yeah, it's evening now.
Okay.
You're basically thinking if you can get your things together and head out, you can get out to the city before curfew hits, but of course the job will take place after curfew.
Yeah, well, he'd do that then.
Okay. Then yeah, you believe you have all your affairs in order, so after packing some things and grabbing your costume, you head out via the subway so you can make it to the city.
Important job in just Pincer. My ass. What's happening? There's no way. This understaffed.
After slinking through an alley or two, you meet up with Pincer at the appointed location and move out. You follow him down another back road, which leads out to a series of seaside warehouses overlooking a shipping yard. It doesn't seem like anyone else is here, if this place is often used at all. Perfect for storage. You continue walking along the water, and eventually you arrive here. As Pincer is looking for the correct warehouse storing the goods, you realize it must be the one at the very end. Oh, alright, that should be it. I can get us in there, then we just need to move some boxes onto a truck the last guy left for us inside, and, yeah, I think that should really be it. He just goes clambering forward, holding... He's like holding his phone in his actual hand, and his pincer, is just sort of clacking idly.
So unnecessarily noisy. It's like at the dead of night at like a okay, I assume the waves would knock it over. Like anyone around would just hear this obnoxious ass clanking. God damn it. Harry just follows along.
And once you guys get over here, he puts his phone away, pulls out a small remote, and presses a button on it. You hear a faint click as the shutter unlocks. It rumbles as it slides up and out of the way, allowing you inside. And he makes his way in.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Yes, hello? Kai?
605 ping, oh god.
Well,
Kai, can you hear? Speak to us.
We'll be right back!
Star Heights Academy.
And we're back. Alright. So we move into the little warehouse here. And after stepping into the storage warehouse, the door rumbles and shuts behind you. Pincer turns the lights on as this is happening, before moving ahead to pat the side of the truck. Alright. Oh, let's make this quick. Boss wanted this done ASAP. And he excitedly runs over to the boxes.
Do we know what's in these, or are we supposed to move them?
Apparently it's on a, need-to-know basis or whatever.
Okie dokie.
And he grabs a box with one of his pincers, and just kind of is one-arming the box as he walks over this way.
Mm-hmm.
And as you get over... Oh, yeah?
Oh, well, no. No, you go. It's fine.
Okay.
I can improvise.
Yeah. As you walk over here to the pile of boxes, out of nowhere you hear a faint crackling sound and a buzzing running through your head. Then the lights all shut off. And you hear in the distance that he has dropped the box. Ah, damn it. From the back window, you have enough soft moonlight to see, but it's much darker now. This place sucks. Okay, I'll go get the lights. He moves over to the far wall and flicks the switch a few times. And the power's out. Cool. He pulls out the garage door remote and presses the button. Then he presses it again. Oh, what the hell? Come on. As he fidgets around near the door, you hear something coming from the boxes.
Pincer, can you pinch the doors open, please? Forcibly.
What? Why?
Listen for a second. Put 2 and 2 together. I don't have time. We don't have time. It's either that or we drive the car out. Your choice.
He listens for a second as you say that and says, yeah, no problem. And he walks over to the door. And my pincer's a little heavier than it is normally. My pincer's not moving.
Do you have the car keys, Pincer?
Yeah, here. And he pulls them out and tosses them to you.
Terry would just quickly get in the car, speed up, drive not into the boxes, but up here, and then try and just back up and smash through the garage doors.
Interestingly, as you put in the keys, the car is seemingly dead. It's a junker.
There's no... All the things. He'd get out and close the door. Okay.
Any luck with the car?
Oh, no. It's definitely dead. This is a death trap. Oh.
What? Wait, what?
Can you help me find whatever's beeping?
Yeah, sure. Wait, a death trap? What do you mean?
I think something's gonna explode, and judging by the proximity to the bomb and where we're at, it will probably kill us both.
Yeah, as you open any of the boxes here, you hear beeping from multiple sources as you realize all the boxes have bombs in them.
That's...
What?
Incredibly overkill. Okay, Pincer, how high are the windows?
They are very high up. You actually look around and realize that with the boxes and car, nothing is tall enough to get up there.
Oh, Lord. Well... Hey, Pincer, let's go sit behind the car. Maybe that'll work as a shield.
Okay.
He knows it won't. This isn't his objective.
He runs over with you. I don't... The boss told me to come here. Did somebody jeopardize us? Did somebody find out? Is this what the police are doing now?
No, Pincer, the police are not bombing people for fun. This is... a lack of trust, retribution.
But I'm the most trustworthy guy Malt's got.
Are you actually... I guess that's it, huh?
Seems like the beeping is speeding up.
Didn't think I'd grow it this way.
Wait, we're not actually gonna die, right? Is this... are you playing this beeping on your phone, Terry?
Oh, he's like, oh yeah, alright. You take out his phone, you'd message to the friend group. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, you realize all of your electronics are completely dead.
Hey, Pincer. One last, criminal in arms hug. He's gonna try and use Pincer's body as a cushion for the explosion.
Oh, I knew you were my best friend, Terry! And he goes to hug you.
Yeah, he's gonna try and use his body as, like, the cover.
And as the beeping intensifies and all hope seems lost, suddenly, a man in a gorilla costume bursts through the back window.
What? This is a Dey'ja hypothetical.
It actually is!
What? I need context.
I make jokes about gorillas jumping through windows a lot when we watch random anime because my brain turns off.
Here is
God, well,
here's the figure you see.
the primate.
I really like Winston. If you just used a token of Winston from Overwatch, I think I would genuinely piss myself.
This man cannonballs through the back window, landing firmly on the ground. He quickly
Stops hugging Pincer.
he quickly scans the room and locks onto the fact that you two are hiding in the corner before charging in this direction. And he just says, "I'm getting you out of here. Let's go."
Oh, all right. Terry would go over.
Pincer like clambers over the truck, and the primate uses one arm to pick you up, Terry, and uses the other to grab Pincer. And at this, he is going to run over to the side here after calling out to you both. And suddenly, he scoops you both up, one in each arm, as he bursts through this garage door. And on the outside, you see this figure floating over the water. Yet another hero. As the primate bursts out of the warehouse, you look up and see another hero flying in the air. Jetstream seemingly used a heated laser to cut a section of the door, readying it for the primate to charge through. Then, as you all exit, Roll20's being a little weird. As you all exit, he swoops down to pick up the carved piece of garage door to put it back in place before welding it shut once again. Then, with a bright burst from his jet booster, he rockets into the air, firing an array of heated beams down at the roof to carve a massive hole out of it, allowing it to fall inside and crash to the floor. After a moment of silence, the inside of the building erupts into a massive, fiery explosion. With the hole carved out of the roof, the black smoke, flames, and hot air burst straight into the sky rather than out through the garage doors and towards you all. Jetstream flies back to make some distance, and from the ocean, a massive stream of water bursts through the air, raining over the hole in the warehouse roof in an attempt to put out the fire. Jetstream then closes back in, firing what now looks like purple foam over the areas not doused by water. Panning over to you all, the primate looks to you both. "Are you both okay? I know that was a bumpy ride."
I'm not Char. That's all that counts at this point, really.
I guess not. Pincer just is silent and doesn't seem to know what to say. And after a few minutes, you see a massive whale breach just off the side of the docks before shrinking in size. Then, another new hero hops onto the scene. And you'll see this lady. Chimera stretches a bit. "Hey, the kids are all right, yeah?" And Jetstream flies down to, catch her up on the situation. But it seems like now you've kind of got free reign as the heroes are all deciding to talk amongst themselves about this. And, you're obviously not, excluded. You can walk over with the primate. But clearly it seems like these guys have got something to talk about.
Oh yeah, Terry's gonna go listen. What? Oh, he's gonna pat Pincer on the back twice and then just go listen.
Pincer hurriedly runs after you. Yeah, and as you get over here, you can hear them talking about this, about, the fact that this was a sudden job, but thankfully, they were able to get here in time and make sure everything was all right. And as you walk over, the primate addresses you once again, and just says, "So, what were you kids doing out here this late?"
Falling into a death trap.
"Yeah, seems like it. Your headmistress, Foresight, she contacted us about the fact that you were out here. Seems like she was tracking your school device, and when you went black, she called us out here in order to make sure nothing happened."
What great foresight.
"Yeah, I guess that's what she's known for. Anyways, she said she'll want to talk to you when you get back.
I want to talk to her as well.
Yeah. And, as for you, little yellow man, we're gonna be taking you with us.
What? Why?
You're wanted. We gotta figure out what to do with you.
What?
He gets scooped up under one arm and is just kind of being held by the primate, which he kind of struggles against, but because his armor is, like, completely shut down, he's just kind of a heavy heap at this point. He's like, that's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. We'll see. We'll be gentle with you. Don't worry, buddy. He pats his helmet. All right. Jetstream, can you make sure that this guy gets back to his school safely? Chimera, you come with me. Yes, right away. And he, Jetstream walks over to you as Chimera goes to hop back into the water, turn into a whale, and Primate hops onto her back with Pincer, and just says, "Hey, good luck, kid. I'm sorry that things are like this, but hey, you'll get used to it. Don't worry." And they go out to sea. You're not hurt, are you?
In a sense.
Do you wish to be flown back, or shall I just escort you on the ground?
We'll go on the ground. I need some time to think.
Yes, I suppose you would. Very well. And, walking back to the subway, Jetstream just kind of is there to make you feel more secure, in the very least. And, he'll offer up little bits of idle chat, not really calling on you to say anything, but just filling the air enough to try to make you feel a little comfortable, but not so much so as to, overwhelm you. But as you guys walk back, you eventually hop on the subway and make your way back to the school with a lot on your mind. Let me zoom out because we were really zoomed in for this map. There we go. When you arrive back at the school, Foresight is waiting for you at the subway. She then escorts you to the on-campus faculty lodges, an area where she's more confident you won't have any prying eyes or ears, before addressing you about what happened.
Okay. I didn't get the first part of that sentence, at all.
Just that when you arrive back at the school, Foresight's waiting for you, and she escorts you to the faculty lodges, just to make sure there aren't any prying eyes or ears before addressing you about what went on tonight.
Okay. Are we in the office? Is there, a chair nearby?
Yeah, you guys are in the lobby of the faculty lounge. You're in the faculty lounge of their building.
Yeah, okay. You take a seat. You know what makes me angry about this?
She looks at you.
I actually called it beforehand, and I still went. I think your heroes are rubbing off on me. That was weirdly careless of me.
I understand that this is a rough situation. Terry, if you called beforehand that this was going to be a trap, why did you not alert me before leaving?
Because I wasn't sure if Maul actually wanted me dead or not. Well, I suppose it was only a matter of time, but he can be ruthless, but I don't think he was wasteful.
Are you alright? Physically and otherwise?
I'm always fine. That's never a problem.
If you say so. I was given an explanation of the scene over the phone by the primate. This situation changes things, Terry. Surely you know this.
Well, yeah, no. It's pretty, explosive display of his intent.
It was forward. If you had told me in advance, I would have advised you not to go. This trip nearly got you killed. We cannot take another chance like this.
Indeed. But if I didn't go, very likely that all Pincer would have been barbecued.
Yes. Terry, effective immediately, you are no longer to pursue your role as a mole in Maul's circle. He clearly understands your presence is a threat.
All right.
As for any future actions I'm sure you are going to take, I'm going to try to take it upon myself and the other adult heroes. If you do wish to help, and if you wish to get information, you're going to need to find a safer way to do it. You are going to be under watch while you are at the school, and in any time that you are within arm's reach. So unless you suddenly disappear, in which case, I'm going to have to send out a search party, hoping that you're not dead. We will have eyes on you at all times to make sure you don't do anything reckless.
All right. You'd be tapping your toes while this is happening.
Mm-hmm. Now, unless you have any further questions or things you would like to address with me, I can escort you back to your dorms.
I can go myself.
If you are sure. I will give you one piece of advice, Terry. Utilize what you have here. Do not think that you are alone in this.
Have a good night.
You do the same.
You just get up and start walking.
Okay. And you walk out of the lobby, and you walk across campus. And do you go straight to the dorms, or are you milling about for a little while?
You'd middle about for a little while.
Okay. What's going through Terry's head?
Huh. Can't believe he almost just died with the pincer being the only one knowing. God. He also got saved again, which pisses him off a lot.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot to consider.
Well, he's not really considering much right now. He's
Well, yeah, there's a lot of elements at play here. There's a lot to think about. But you know, as you mill about, eventually you decide to head back to the dorms for one reason or another. And as you walk through the doors to the lobby, you bump into these people.
Oh my god, it's all of my
Walking
friends.
in E formation like we always do.
We're like fucking bowling pins.
All of you had gotten a notification from Headmistress Forsyte to be in the lobby around this time. It's a bit late enough that no one else is around, but also not so late that a sudden message from the Headmistress would go uninvestigated. And you all, of course, see Terry walk in, and you might be surprised, maybe expecting the Headmistress or something else. And possibly even a little more surprised when you see him wearing his costume roughed up. But, you know, the question lingers of like, okay, what?
Oh. What a meddling adult. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Terry.
Terry, did you get hit by another truck?
Oh, no. Well, the truck wasn't working, actually. I almost blew up, but I'm fine.
God, your life is cool.
Echo's kind of quiet as he like crosses his arms.
I'm glad you think so.
Are you sure you're good?
I'll always be fine. I'm still breathing.
There's something you want to tell us?
I already did. I almost blew up. I
What
got
are
better.
the specifics of the situation? I mean, why are
Oh.
you all costumed out? What led up to the blowing up? Anything we should all know about?
On the short version, long version, or the lie?
The truth.
That what? Okay, I'm ignoring Echo now. Between the three of you, short version, long version, lie.
Go for odds of that.
Give us the long version, and I second that, though. Truth, please.
Well, yeah, I listed the lie. It's kind of insinuating the other two are truthful, but
I
whatever. It's
understand
fine.
that.
It's fine. Long version, or short story. I'm gonna make it longer. I was working undercover to try and get back at my old employer, and he tried to blow me up. Doesn't trust me much anymore, so I'll have to find other means to rip him apart.
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna be under watch from meddling adults and heroes. So I just have to not get caught. They can't stop me though.
This is like the conductor thing we did, you mean?
Adjacent.
What
Okay.
conductor thing you did?
Oh, we went to go watch a model train show. It's very fun.
For sure.
Can Echo tell that's bullshit, or do I gotta roll something for it?
He says it completely genuinely.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, roll to roll to pierce the
wanna roll
mask.
too.
Both of you roll to pierce the mask.
Okay.
Do a
Lying is completely natural to him, so that was like straight.
Miss from Joe.
Come on.
Oh, God.
Come on. Yeah.
Alex, you want to roll?
Let's go, baby.
Two.
Give me one
Two.
second.
Two.
No, I can't find my character sheet. Let me pull
It's
it
a really
back up.
good lie. Come on.
It's
Okay, I have -2 to mundane. So
Come on,
we'll
please.
see.
God, me and Joey.
Oh, dear.
Oh, man, we're fucking idiots.
Model train
So,
show. Let's go.
obviously, with the context of the conversation, you're like, all right, that's fishy, but you have no clue what he could mean by that.
Yeah, what they mean by the conductor or anything like that.
Mhm.
Joe kind of shrugs for a second and says, "We're all involved in this, aren't we? I mean, we were all there. The first night."
Well, it's the same way a person could be involved in a car crash, like you were at the site, but don't know the people or why it happened. But I suppose, yes, you are involved in some degree. Which is why I endeavor to make sure no one else is involved due to, the getting hit by trucks and blowing up part of it.
We're all heroes.
Well, yes, but I tend to be a lot more careful with my life than your lot.
You almost blew up, though.
Yeah, that's the worst part of this. I called it being a trap and I went anyway. I'm actually quite angry at myself.
Echo sighs and just rubs his eyes.
Pincer. Yeah, the headmistress told me to make use of what I have here. That's terribly over-pragmatic phrasing. She wants me to manipulate
Headmistress
people.
told us to be here.
Well, yeah, I assume I assume none of you are just lollygagging in the
Yeah.
lobby for fun. But I assume she means to make friends, rub elbows, get all chummy. I appreciate all of you. You're all great people. We have fun. We watch movie trailers. I'd prefer not to endanger you if necessary. Unnecessary, I suppose, more accurate. And I respect the fact that you're all heroes, but well, I have a prerogative at this point. I have a bone to pick. And I'm not exactly afraid to use any means necessary to get it anymore. I was trying to be nice, but the gloves are off at this point.
Look, I get, for sure I get, wanting to do a thing on your own because it's your business. But like, you are just kind of a guy who breathes smoke, I'll be honest.
Yeah, if you seriously think that we're going to let you take on this type of challenge by yourself, you're kind of ridiculous.
Like, if I shot a gun at you, you'd die. Like, your smoke can't stop a bullet, but like gravity could, a metal body could, a portal could.
While
I
you're
could do
sleeping?
something.
While you're defending a civilian? While I make you choose between your friend or random person?
Well, I mean,
Bullet can kill a lot of people in a lot of ways.
well, yeah, but if there's 5 of us, it can kill a lot less people than if there's 1 of you.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not worried about... Well, I guess I am worried about you. I did say I wasn't gonna lie. I'm just saying that my methods might be less than clean.
Echo has been kind of quiet this whole time. He's like, then are you sure you really want? Is that something a hero would do?
I suppose I'm trying to value my own morals versus getting rid of someone who is generally unpleasant and wants to kill me. And yes, I was going to give this hero thing a fair shake, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stop myself at this point. Hit by a truck? I can grin and bear it. Yeah, threatened to break my arm. I can grin and bear it. Try and blow me up. I think I draw the line somewhere around there. But I suppose that's what gotten me into this mess in the first place. I actually went to a job with Just Pincer. It's obvious something's not working.
Well, if you ever do need any help, I'm here for you.
I
You
appreciate
can
that.
ask for help.
Oh, I'll endeavor to it. I'll give group work a try. Can't leave things well enough alone, can I, huh?
Did Foresight say to stop to stop meddling with Maul?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, he tried to blow me up. I don't think she'd be a very responsible adult if she was throwing children in situations where they're getting, blown up. But still, I feel like we have a unique disposition here to get things done. I'm not exactly going to throw in the towel because someone told me not to do something. I've never had that particular bone in my body. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, if you need the help, I know I'm more than fine with giving it, and it seems like everyone else is based on how we're talking about it.
Echo nods.
Of course, as Chloe posted, Joe is supportive of him going after his enemy. He just wants to do it in a heroic way.
Fair enough. Well, good pep talk, everyone. I'd give you all high fives, but I think I'm covered in, like, ash. So the gorilla ruffled up my costume. He tries to, like, pat it down, but it's, like, crinkled now.
It was a gorilla?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna use Pincer's body as a shield to try and, protect me from the blast.
Sure.
And then a gorilla burst through the window, and he grabbed me like a sack of potatoes, like underarm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he got me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, you're like, you know what? I've read the news before.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
It goes like eyebrows shoot up into his hairline as he just doesn't say anything. He's just like, what? He's slightly concerned about oh yeah, I was gonna use this guy as a shield, but then he said a gorilla burst through the window. He's like, that, huh?
And Joe voices, gorilla?
Yeah, Lilia nodded to the pincer part, like, yeah, of course, as you would.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a gorilla. Well, okay, it wasn't like an actual gorilla. It was a person in a gorilla costume. But, I guess they were super strong and they could jump high. Like, I don't actually know why they chose... we're getting off topic here. Yeah, so that's the story. I almost blew up. It didn't happen. A gorilla saved me. I am gonna go to war, and that was my day. You're all welcome to help, and I'll come to you when the time comes, when I need you. Promise. Pinky swear. He put out his pinky and look around the group.
Echo raises his.
Ah,
I'm not gonna walk
promise.
over there and pinky swear and be like, yeah, I get it.
Pinky promise with whoever has
Joe
pinky.
also raises his pinky with you and Echo.
See?
In the
Okay.
back of Echo's mind, he's like, Criff, I just got out of detention.
Nice.
Yeah, Echo, based on
Undying loyalty.
Echo, based on your conversation earlier, what's Echo thinking about all of this?
He's doing this if only to make sure he's doing it to, like, actually be a hero and that he's not going back to being a villain. 'Cause
Ah,
those words are kind of rattling around his... He's basically doing it to keep an eye on him.
there's doubt.
A little bit.
Okay.
Blame Heist, he's being a little shithead. And to be fair, you haven't really been forward with stuff, so he feels a little like...
What
He's
do you
already
mean
feeling
he
back.
hasn't been forward with stuff? He's literally never lied.
He
Ever.
literally just did!
He came to school the first day and said, yeah, I used to fucking mentally torture people. I'm a villain. How you doing? I'm sitting back here.
No, I meant about the other thing, about the train convention. He literally lied there.
No, he didn't. I had nothing to do with anything. He just omitted knowledge. He didn't lie. Didn't exist.
He doesn't. Terry doesn't know lies.
Yeah, he's never lied once. Promise.
Never lied once.
Never
Never
lied
lied
once.
once. Yeah. But he's like, okay, well, good talk, everyone. I almost died. I think I'm in shock. I think I'm gonna go lay down and play some Nappy Bird. Any objections? Can I leave?
No, that happens to me all the time. Sometimes when I'm in the sand dunes getting chased by sandworms, just go have a shower or a bath and then lay down.
Oh, okay, all right. Good idea.
He gives a thumbs up.
Anything else?
No?
Never.
No? All right. Have a good night, everyone. And then Terry would just go to leave.
Okay. Terry, you walk up the stairs and make your way off to your room. Meanwhile, you guys are, given another minute to sort of ruminate.
Echo kind of goes over to the other three. So, what are we gonna do about that? Because if we get in trouble, we're criffed.
So Crypt is like fucked, right?
Excuse me?
I just wanted to make sure I understand what you're saying.
I don't follow.
Whatever.
Because if we get caught, I just got out of detention. And I know Joe's president.
It also runs through your minds that since you don't have your hero licenses yet, it's also illegal for reasons.
Worrying about detention when you're doing grossly illegal.
Yeah, it is illegal.
I don't want this to go on my permanent record.
Did say he wanted to hurt Maul, so I'm just saying we should make sure he doesn't kill anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
If we're there, we can stop it.
Good.
I don't think he wants to murder the guy.
He literally said he wanted to tear him apart.
Okay, well, people can.
I'm a little worried.
I'm just saying.
Just don't want it to get out of hand.
I'm with
Agree
Joe.
with Alex. If we're there, we can stop it. I mean, the headmistress has got to understand.
Echo kind of rubs his eyes. Joe, after we're done this little meeting, I'd like to talk to you for a second. Abby.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Is that okay? Great. And he gives a thumbs up, and then he looks to Alex and Lily.
Well, on that note, I think it's time for me to get back to my door.
Someone read the script.
Wait.
Hey, wait, Alex, 1 second.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask this in lunch, but I got a bit distracted. Is everything okay? Because I know our math teacher made you stay back. Is everything okay?
This is a few weeks later, but
How's your grades? I heard you were
They're-
struggling. I just want to make sure. A couple
Yeah, there
weeks
you
back.
go. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. They're all right for now. It's the midterms I'm worried about.
We'll just study and do good, and we'll give it our best shot, right?
Yep. And we'll do it. We'll pass. I
Right.
believe in us.
I believe in us as well. And he goes to give her a little fist bump,
He fist bumps him back.
and he smiles.
And then
Oops.
on that note,
That note, Alex is like, all right, now I'm gonna leave because this was a little strange. You're gonna head back up to your room. And I assume, Lily, do you want to head back up to your room, or are you just hanging
well,
around?
Lily pulls out her phone, turns around, and starts like, I don't know, tweeting.
I thought she was gonna like spy on him.
All right. And of course, you head out as well. We'll
Well,
actually pan upstairs. We'll pan upstairs real quick.
Oh,
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh my god, we're going to the attic. Never seen that place before. I'm fucking.
Yeah.
Who lives there? Is it the monkey?
Never see the secret player character, not yet revealed, hunched over the fucking anvil.
Living in the
Oh,
wall. Scary story style.
Yeah, well, we walk upstairs. I'm gonna have Joe and Echo. You guys go back up into part of the dorms as well, and eventually you make your way to Echo's room to make sure nobody's gonna be walking around or listening in on you or anything.
you're gonna reach for his door, and then he pauses. He's like, "Are you still in the other other dorms?"
Yeah. Am I? Yeah, I am.
You are.
My dorm's actually right next to Lily's.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's a little awkward.
I bet he like swipes his pad over the door as he goes to walk in.
So, what did you want to talk to me about?
Something, and he goes to, like, sit down on the bed and cross his legs.
Okay.
Are you breaking up with me?
I'm laughing. What's up?
Here, take a seat. I just want to talk for a bit, for like a couple seconds.
It's
Fun-
a gamer chair.
While he spins. While
Yeah, spins around exactly.
Firstly, you're gonna be happy about this. I kicked Heist's ass today.
He looks moderately happy.
We did a training fight, and I kicked his ass. It's quite good. He wouldn't admit it, but I did. He took my legs. That was something. But
Come off.
yeah, no, right off.
I mean, guess that is kind of one of your weaknesses.
Yes, I know. I don't like it, but it's true. Thankfully, we were in this really neat like space area with like comets flying. It was actually really pretty.
Oh, cool. Was it like one of the dimensions or something?
No, it was
Or
no.
realms or worlds or?
Yeah, he didn't want to do it on like a street, so he had the dome because the dome can like be, to my remembrance, it can be like a lot of things. So he decided to do it like in space.
That's pretty cool. I guess that is a cool layout.
Yeah, he was trying to be clever, but kind of bit him in the ass because I got a little bit more mobility than him. So, I was thinking these past like the week, I've kind of been quiet, and I apologize for that. But I wanted to quickly just talk about like the other week ago about stuff that happened in the lunchroom.
Yeah. And awkward for me.
It was awkward for me too because I have no idea sometimes what's going on with this. This is all new to me, and like I want you both, you and Kenzie, to both be happy, you know?
I don't know if I even care to be Kenzie's friend anymore.
I can't blame you, but we gotta figure out a way how to, fix this before it boils over again, you know?
Yeah. Just, I don't know. I asked you first. I asked
And I know,
you
and
if
I
you wanted-
said that to her, but she didn't take no for an answer. She's really dead set on it, and I want you both to be happy.
sometimes you have to say no to people, and I don't know, it's Kenzie's choice to be continuously upset about it. I already had asked you. If she was polite, then she just would have taken no for an answer. Don't know.
Do you want me to talk to her? Because I feel like if you talk to her, it just, you know.
She doesn't listen to me. Oh no.
Just take...
Yeah. That's great.
Echo waves the ghost of Lily out of the room.
Yeah. I feel like you should, because they don't listen to me. And I don't know. They say over and over that they see me as a person, but I just don't feel like they do, because they don't listen to anything that I say. And when I do talk, they kind of just belittle me. I don't know. They seem genuine in what they say, but I truthfully feel like they just are very good at keeping friends, you know?
Right. There was another little small thing that caught my attention that you said. You like me more than a friend. He kind of blushes at that. What did you mean by that?
Oh, I don't know. Like,
He
looks
tilts
around.
his head.
He, like, looks away a little bit, but he's like, I'm tired of Kenzie always trying to one-up me.
Why do you feel like you gotta one-up her, though?
Like, kind of, like, it's thinking to himself for a second about it, and then it's just like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I just feel friend.
There's a small smile. This is all new ground for me as well, so like, you know, we're kind of rough and like we're going through this together, you know?
Yeah, I know. Just, I'm dead serious. I cannot go to the dance with both of you.
I'll try to talk to her. Hopefully it'll go okay. Worst case scenario, she hits me with her claw, maybe.
I will not tolerate that.
I'm joking. That was a joke.
There'll be no abuse.
I'll be fine, Joe. Also, Joe, one thing. I wanted to show you something the other day, but like we got busy and stuff, and like he goes to like take off his poncho and he kind of tosses it to the side. He has like his white undershirt on, and like over his white undershirt, you'd see the necklace. That it was the necklace he made out of the really shitty like.
Yeah, the little
The stupid,
crystal.
dumb, shitty little rock.
God, this poor rock's getting slendered. What's happening?
That's the rock. Oh, you made it into a necklace.
Yeah, it's kind of like my good luck charm. I had it with my fight with Eugene, and it kind of, I don't know, gave me a little bit of luck.
That's awesome. He like kind of like looks it over and looks at how like you fastened it into the necklace and was just like, this is really nice. This was thoughtful of you.
I mean, it was a thoughtful gift, and you know, I like it. And he kind of smiles down at it, and he kind of like holds it. So we'll see what happens. I'll talk to Kenzie and let you know. We'll see what happens and goes from there, and then, you know, I'm not looking forward to it, but you know, he kind of sighs and deflates a bit.
I was not enjoying my conversation with her in the lunchroom a little bit ago either. It's not fun.
I know. Maybe after like the dance is over, you two can maybe just talk and like try to get at least equal ground so it's not awkward all the time.
I'm not trying to be the bad guy. I just don't want to do something that makes me feel the way I feel.
No, and I get that, Joey. Like, don't worry about it. I get you.
Thank you.
No.
Speaking of, with time having passed, since that fight, Kinsey would keep trying to sit around Echo. So, Joe, how would you have reacted to that over this past week? Because you know it's been like simmering, but would you have sat away from them? Would you have sat with them and there's just a tense awkwardness with you two at the table? Do you have and try to get Echo to sit with you somewhere else?
I think that, sorry, there's a little bit of background noise right now.
You're fine.
But I think that, Joe's response is actually probably to have Echo sitting with him at different locations around the lunch tables, like throughout the week, because Joe is actually doing a lot for his club and for homecoming, like trying to get a lot of people's ideas and get people together. So like during lunch, he actually probably is walking around a good bit, to like go and talk to Nelson and to go in. And so like I feel like if she is trying to sit next to Echo, Joe will probably be consistently finding excuses throughout the week for them to like get up early from the table or something and like go and do things.
You're finding excuses to keep him away from her.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I wanted to clear that up because I thought that would be a fun detail to describe.
Yeah, not like Joe's not outwardly saying anything to Kenzie at all, but will just probably be like, "All right, are you done eating? All right, cool, we can get up because we really got to talk to these other council members."
Yeah,
all right, bye, table.
It's passive and present.
Yeah, exactly.
Echo sighs, and he just kind of nods. He's like, "So, what are your plans for tonight? Just, go recharge, or?"
Yeah, basically. I have been looking at a lot of different cool shows and stuff recently, so I might watch a show. And then
what kind of show?
I don't know. Just watching some dramas, I guess.
Oh, got a name of one?
You're gonna make me improv this name.
A little bit.
What? I'm trying to think. What a comparison for like a name like this. What is Joe watching? Sorry.
The Nights of Our Lives.
The old and well rested.
That's very good. Chex Mix in the City.
Mex in the City.
Mex in the City.
It's about robots.
I also I watched this singing show that's really good.
Oh, what's that one called?
That's called Gleam.
Nice.
Oh, I'll have to watch it sometime. I haven't really watched much,
It's like a. Sorry, my mind just went. It's a bunch of superheroes in high school, and they sing.
High School Musical, but they're teen superheroes.
That's actually not.
Joe's like, why isn't our life like that?
Joe is right now. I've talked about this. Joe is reading 17 magazine. Okay, like Joe is reading Vogue and is starting to take some reference from it. Okay.
No.
I'll have to watch those sometime. I haven't really, watched much. You called it TV?
Yeah. Well, it's TV shows, episodes, seasons. They have full seasons that have nothing to do with the weather.
Like
It's all the shows. They're in seasons. You know how
what
like
does place have to do with shows?
no? Do you know how a book has chapters, right?
Yes.
Shows have seasons.
Oh.
The episodes are like the chapters,
Yeah.
And then it has like different. I don't know. It's hard to describe. You'll have to watch one.
Yeah. I'll watch one. I'm sure I'll understand it. He kind of he looks to the side and he thinks about like what Heist said about him being an idiot, and he's like, God, maybe he is right.
Maybe he's right. I'm fucking stupid.
Kind of went down a rabbit hole after we watched that movie, though.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, I guess so. It's just cool. There's a lot of stuff online I didn't really realize before. I didn't know what to look for, I guess.
Ego pulls out his pad and he looks it over. Like, yeah, I haven't really used this much besides this thing called Spotify. There's some music on it that's actually really nice. I have a playlist.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Not much banjo music, and that made me kind of sad, but and he gestures over to his banjo in the corner over there. His raggedy ass banjo.
I'll have to make some.
Maybe, I don't know. And he kind of blushes. Is there anything else you wanna talk about, or
No, I think that's it. That was the main thing I was worried about, and honestly, I feel a lot better about it now.
I'm glad. And he kind of smiles. He's like, actually, hey, Joe.
I just know that seriously, if we don't resolve it though, I'm gonna be worried because I don't know what to do about this whole thing.
I don't know
Plus,
either. Again, this is all new ground for me. He seems like very stressed out.
Yeah, so does Joe.
Just
Like, if
reminder
Joe
that
had
this
been-
is the vibe, the responses back and forth as Joe is like, hey, but we need to deal with this though, because it's not cool. And Echo's like, yeah, yep, it's very new for me.
He doesn't know what to do. He's not
We'll
from
get
around.
it eventually.
if
Duel to the death.
if like
Not
Joe
kidding.
had actual magazines, you know what I mean? Like they would be flipping through 17 magazine and like looking at those quizzes that are like how to know like if your love is right and be like literally Joe would be looking at this and being like it doesn't say anything about this in here.
you go to the quiz that's how to know if your hubby's cheating on you.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I'm like, kid,
no.
will you just take this quiz, please?
16
Yeah,
signs he's not
exactly.
into you.
Exactly.
Dude.
Like it's literally that's why Joe's panicking is because Joe's like, I've read nothing that says anything about what to do right now. All I've read is that for the dance, this is what we're supposed to do, and this is not what's happening. Like, and so Joe feels like Kenzie's trying to trick them. First of all, not even it's like half jealousy and half just like, dude, this is not right. These are not like the Earth customs that I'm reading about.
Joe, next time we get a chance, maybe we should talk to Alex about this, yeah?
I think that's a good idea. I just keep reading about how great this dance is and how fun it's supposed to be and how, I don't know, there's this whole thing called courting and you get to be, I guess, what they call it's adorbs to do
Courting,
this.
but like courting as in like law? Like we learn about the court in law, so like what does that have to do?
No, it's like, it's fancier than that.
Fancier than that? Because like when we learned about it, it seemed pretty fancy. Like there was the jury.
I'll send you a link. No. It's a different type of fancy entirely. It's
Okay.
fancy like the dance. That's why I researched it and I ended up printing out these craftable bouquets you can make out of paper for my club today. Because I guess that's a part of it sometimes is you give each other gifts.
Speaking of gifts, I was this before you go. This is the last thing I swear I didn't. And he kind of like blushes as he like kind of rubs the back of his head. He like reaches under his poncho that he had beside him because he's just in his undershirt right now. And he takes off his takes Joe
off
would
his
see
shirt.
how, like, the sort of inside of his poncho there'd be like a bunch of like little pockets, like you'd see like a wrench and like a bunch of like utility items as well as some like tools. And one of them is his like journal or whatever, and he pulls it out and he like kind of like opens it up as he like flips through some pages, and he like stops on one and he kind of very carefully rips it out of the book and he folds it and hands it to Joe.
Can I open it now?
If you want.
Okay.
That wouldn't even work.
He unfolds the paper.
Echo realizes maybe he shouldn't have folded it. Maybe he should just handed it over, like flipped over or something.
It's just annoying.
The gift with extra steps.
I think it'd be better because you. I'm sorry, out of character. Lily saying it just gets stuck in the gears. I think it's better if it just like hits my eyes like a screen. Like,
You're like, why did you do that?
Yeah.
Little windshield wipers come out of your cheeks and like.
Oh, that'd be
Throws
fantastic.
that and your eyes runs away, realizes, ah shit, that's his room. But
I'm sorry. What's on the piece of paper?
pocket sand.
Pocket sand's on the paper.
Yeah. No, on the paper is like this really well done, detailed drawing of like Joe standing there smiling. Clearly, like it was like he kind of drew it out of his mind's eye, like when Joe was like standing there doing like attendance with or whatever. But like it's just a really nice little detailed drawing of Joe, and at the very bottom it's like, "Thanks for everything you do. I appreciate it." Echo.
Aww. Joe kind of like looks it over and is like, "This is amazing. When did you do this?"
Yeah, it's nothing. I just, and he kind of like hugs his knees.
Thank you. I'm gonna get a frame for it. I'm serious.
I mean it. You do a lot for me, and I'm grateful to have you around. So thank you. And no, I'm here for you.
I'm sorry, out of character. Echo's out here fighting for his life.
Because out here fighting for his fucking life.
I just saw you.
He takes it and he's like kind of undoing the crinkles actually in it, you know, like because you folded it to hand it to him. He's kind of undoing like the folds basically in it.
It's like
and he starts.
Makes like
he
a
starts
thing
to
over it just to make it look.
But he stands up and he's like, "This is great. I have to go. I'm kind of low on battery. It's getting pretty late."
He nods and just kind of smiles. Take care. And he like stops hugging his knees as he kind of like sits up.
You too. I'll see you.
Yeah, you wouldn't you wouldn't
Yeah.
want the adults to catch you out of battery in Echo's room. Whew.
Yeah, it's true. I'm in here.
How-
Not allowed. Am I allowed? I don't know. Gender's a construct. Let's get out of
Yeah,
here.
not on a school night, that's for sure.
Here's a question: if Echo had to like drag Joey out of his bedroom if he ran out of battery just then and there, how like heavy is Joey?
I would love to do a bit sometime where Joe is out too late and actually does like have because
That's
I
why
want
I'm asking, because if that ever happens, I just want to know.
It's okay,
how
Will.
heavy.
We
don't
just need
know.
we just need a forklift.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do know that if that is a roleplay thing, I want to roleplay it like Big Hero 6 whenever
Oh, yeah, when he's like,
out of, yeah, and he's like, chubby
Kinda drunk.
baby, and yeah, he's like drunk basically.
Echo gives a wave to Joe as he leaves and just kind of sighs and just rests his head. He's like, okay, one crisis averted, now I just got another.
Joe's gleaming, holding this drawing and walking back to his dorm.
Okay. Joe, you head back down the hall. And Echo, what are you thinking at the end of the night here?
Echo's a little bit less stressed. He's happy he took the time for both of them to kind of cool off and like think about it. And he like grabs his banjo as he goes to like sit back down on his bed, and just kind of strum away and just kind of relax and decompress. He's after Eugene. He's a little less trusting of Terry. He wants to trust him, but he's like, oh man, there's that little seed of doubt that Eugene placed in him. That he
Totally unjustified.
And he's just kind of mulling over that as he strums on his banjo. How thick are the walls?
Who's to say?
I'm only asking in case who's beside him.
Actually, Evan is the one in the room next to you.
He doesn't want Evan to be like fucking banging on his door at like late at night being, dude, I'm trying to sleep. But yeah, no, he's just kind of gonna strum himself for a little bit, and then he's gonna go to bed.
Good to know that we got it on film that Echo's strumming himself in his room for a little bit.
God, like,
And with that,
to himself.
I'm
Damn
downloading this video.
I'm also sorry, chat. You don't deserve
I
this.
hate this so much. I try to do a wholesome thing, and you guys twist it out.
yeah, all of us. It's all of our faults. Every single one of us.
Literally nothing.
God.
Oh my god.
I'm innocent. I've never done anything wrong in my life.
Meanwhile, down the hall from Echo.
Yeah, Terry's not there. That's the joke.
No, Terry's not there. Yeah, give me just a moment, real quick.
I still love the hammock in his room.
He's just
Very
chilling,
good.
so it's
Can I
alright.
give away the bit of trivia about that? About the hammock?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Apparently there's someone else who has a hammock in the class.
Oh.
Oh man.
We don't know who it is though. There's another hammock person.
Gotta figure it
I want
out.
to say it's Triff.
It could be Triff.
But yeah, Terry, you're here at the end of the night. You know, you took your shower, you did everything you needed to do, and you're kind of de-stressing. What's Terry thinking after everything that's happened today?
Oh no, it's his head's white noise.
Ah, makes
There's
sense.
nothing going on in there right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna go back to playing Nappy Bird and like lay on the hammock.
Mm-hmm. Might be something to to mull on later. All right. Well, with that,
he's not going to start screaming.
well, yeah, you know, I was I was gonna give you a moment if you wanted to, yeah, if there was anything specific that was running through his mind, but that's also valid. If you know, he's considered everything, and it's like, that's too much. That is too much to think about right now. That was a lot. So yeah, you lay down in your hammock and just kind of idly play your game for the rest of the night. Until, you know, eventually you are able to go to sleep. And with that, ladies and gents, that's going to be the end for us tonight. Of course, all of you go back to sleep, or, well, not go back to sleep, but, you know, you all go to sleep for the night, wake up the next day, continue on with school and relationships and everything else you have to deal with, as you know, you try to keep everything that's going on in your lives in mind as you move forward. And next session, we're going to be seeing Homecoming, so I hope you guys are excited.
What?
Oh boy.
Proms tomorrow.
Oh my, okay. Keiko, so Gorilla burst through the wall and almost killed me. So what's another hypothetical so we know what Ethan's doing for the prom?
Okay, so let me
Next
get
talk
this straight. Joe and Echo are going, and Alex and Aiden are going. We're the ones that are booed up. I just wanted to.
And
Yeah.
Triffany's seeing about some people, and Lily is going with
Lily
Olivia.
is now booed up
Mhm.
because one of my 3 left.
Yeah. And Terry's just sort of planning on going and hanging about.
He's not gonna miss this. What?
Mhm.
Like, the setup is insane. He hasn't even done anything. It's already like so interesting.
Oh, Terry's thought with the homecoming dance is, holy shit, this setup is insane. I have to go see this.
No, something's gonna go off. Like, he knows something's gonna happen. Something has to break.
There's the little drama hound.
Oh my, he is.
He is, and Lily has
Taking out
actually
the
liked him.
camera.
Yeah.
At lunch, I was like, oh my god, Terry.
Yeah.
He's on her phone, like, you know, Terry Damontane went live. It's like, what the hell's going on? He fucking tunes in, and it's fucking TMZ.
I loved the moment, dude, whenever you were recording, and then Lily was brought up, and you made the notion of, like, also panning to Lily, and then Lily looking up from, like, the Instagram live to look into the camera, like, on The Office, and to just, like, pan back. All of the execution was very good.
It was very, very good, and very in theme with the other things going on with the session. But yes, of course, with that, Homecoming is going to be next time. But for now, we have our end of session moves to do.
Oh
Yeah. So let's see here. Of course, end of session. We have the 3 choices for everybody, and I always just go down the list. Echo, you're first. Which do you think you have grown closer to anyone, grown into your image of yourself, or grown away from anyone?
I'd say Echo's kind of feeling, well, even then, he's kind of not feeling more, better. Well, he's feeling good about himself because, yes, he kicked Heist's ass, and then he kind of, for now, dodged the situation, that was growing with Joe and Kenzie, and he's kind of addressing it.
But he was trying to dodge it for a little while.
Yeah, can you blame him? He doesn't. I can't shift mundane down anymore. But I don't know what labels I'd shift, to be honest.
Let me check. Let me see. Let's see here on your sheet. Yeah, this might be more of a situation if you grow away from someone or closer to someone.
Yeah, so I was thinking,
Absolution.
You better address it.
No, let it fester. Please.
I would say he's kind. Oh no, actually, you know what? I got a much better thing. He's kind of growing away from Terry. He thought he could trust him. It's like, no, I don't trust you now. Like there's that seed of doubt planted by Heist. So I'm gonna take away influence from Terry.
Okay. All right, then Terry, of course, you also mark that. But yeah, Echo does not trust Terry as much anymore, so he is not influenced by him anymore.
Oh, and I lose my fun last.
You'll probably get it back.
Damn.
You'll probably get it back. That's okay.
Also, I should point out I dinged, but you made the rule that like once you ding, you can't go over the potential. Like,
yes, yeah, that is our new rule to make sure we don't blow through levels.
Yeah,
yes, so I dinged, but that was simply because of the fight with Heist.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. All right, that's good. Next is Alex.
Yes.
Do you think you have grown closer to anyone, grown into your image of yourself, or grown away from anyone?
Can I say I've grown closer to Aiden?
Yeah, you can grow closer to Aiden.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Whoa. Before anything else, can we still roll rumor?
Let's roll let's roll rumor in a minute. Yeah.
Okay, please.
But yeah, you can say that you grew closer to Aiden because you were like, hey, why don't we go to the dance together? And you've probably been talking to him a little more about that since then, hanging out with him. So yeah.
To support him.
Yeah. So.
Sort of add influence for him.
Yep. You give influence to Aiden, and you can either clear a condition or mark potential. And if
I'm gonna clear a condition because I have one condition and I'll be conditionless.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Not afraid anymore. Yeah, I mean you've been kind of worried looking over your shoulder, and thinking about how Gabe has been kind of aggressive. But you've got supportive people around you, so not as much reason to be afraid. You're thinking, oh, maybe he forgot about it or something. He's been looking in your direction, but who knows? But yeah, good choice.
Thank you.
All right, next is gonna be Terry.
I didn't ding. Oh, end of session moves though.
End of session moves, yes.
Okay.
Do you think you've grown closer to anyone, into your image of yourself, or away from anyone?
Has he grown away from anyone? Not really. His image of himself is completely like, well, it's not fucked, but like it's muddy.
You're confused. It makes sense.
Maul just tried to throw out fucking Terry and Pincer and considered them the same tier. That's what gets him. If he just tried to kill him, this wouldn't have been a problem. It would have been like, okay, you know what? Fair. Tried to 2-for-1 him with Pincer. That hurt. That got him in the ego. That actually like, that fucking demolished him a little bit. Didn't really. He like kind of like, I guess, grew closer with the group in general, but like not in a meaningful way.
You could have also, which I don't know if this would even be applicable, but you can also grow closer to adults and not just students. It might not be applicable, but that just as a general thing, you guys can grow closer to the teachers and heroes and just any other character.
Yeah. Not really. Mistress Forsyth's like acquaintance, co-worker tier. Yeah, no. So like, what are the other like? Okay, so what are like things that can happen? Because he didn't go closer or farther from anyone. Nothing happened there. Like, I guess you could say he grew closer to Pincer because he almost died with him. But like, he's never gonna admit that, and he's actually gonna actively shunt that emotion if it's there.
But in your heart of hearts,
I guess.
Okay.
I guess pity plus like, I don't know.
Hey, pity's all he needs, dude. He's down
Well, no,
bad. You
it's
know
like,
he
we're
is.
just, like, maybe I treated him slightly too bad, but he was also gonna use him as a body shield. So like.
That's fine. Yeah, okay. Then you can give influence to Pincer. And you can either clear a condition or mark potential.
I'm not gonna mark potential. I'll fail a roll next time, 100%. Get rid of hopeless. He's not hopeless anymore. Hopeless requires you to have hope.
How many?
Wait, okay, hold on. If you're saying you don't have any hope, you're definitely still hopeless.
Oh no, but no, like there's nothing he's like hoping to do, so he can't be hopeless about it. He's just kind of nothing.
Isn't he hoping to beat Maul though?
Well, yeah, but like at the moment he's in shock over trying to get blown up.
I would say that the closest thing you're probably feeling is hopeless. You could definitely easily blow out guilty, because it's like
he does kind of feel guilty. He was gonna kill Pinsir for himself.
Are you marking a condition or clearing a condition?
clearing a condition. Right now he has angry, guilty, and hopeless.
Okay.
You could if you unmarked angry or guilty, I would totally get it depending on his vibe, but hopeless definitely feels most in character right now.
Angry, like, I guess he's like emotionally just tired.
That makes sense. Okay.
He'd be angry right now. Well, that's actually a lie.
God, this is
actually no, he's not guilty.
okay.
No, he patted Pinsir on the back.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
It's less about that anymore, and it's like, you know, it's more about the situation that happened, and there's just a bunch of noise with that.
Yeah.
And also, man, this is the healthiest you've looked in a while.
Yeah. Oh my God, only 2 conditions marked. I'm used to 4.
Yeah. All right.
Goes back more easily. Okay, angry will be easy to clear next time. Hopeless or whatever. Something will happen.
All right, Lily,
Hello.
it's your turn.
I think I'm gonna choose because nothing really because I already have influence, or I'm already influenced by Triff and Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing else really happened to significantly make me grow closer. But I think I'm gonna still choose that and go for Terry just because it's been like building up.
Okay.
Because like we went on the funny mission thing together.
Mm-hmm.
And Lily, I as I've played before, she just thinks he's cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to mark that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, out of the 4 of you, like, how many of you actually believe anything he said was true?
Joe believes him. Like, Joe does believe Terry. It's just a matter of like worry, basically. Like, Joe doesn't think that you're lying or anything. He just has a lot of worry for the situation.
There might be a line between believing and trusting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
yeah.
That's definitely the case with Echo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think Lily trusts him.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And you know,
That's why Joe was like, "I'll help you."
Mhm.
Just like, I'm not gonna let it get out of hand, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just Terry walked up to like a random adult and said, "Yeah, I almost got blown up, and then a gorilla jumped through the window and saved me."
Well, with
Buying it immediately is like respect.
Yeah. No, yeah. Weird stuff happens, you know.
yeah, weird. This is a weird world we live in. With giving influence to Terry, you can either clear a condition or mark potential.
I'm gonna mark potential.
All right. And finally, Joe. How you feeling, Joe?
I feel weird. A lot of good things, a lot of bad things. I think that I grew closer to Headmistress Foresight.
Makes sense. All right. You can give influence to Foresight, and you can either mark potential or clear a condition.
I'm going to clear my angry condition.
You're gonna clear angry?
I'm clearing angry because Joe. Here's the thing, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Joe, while having feelings and everything like that, he's a pretty calculating person. Okay. All of Joe's faith in Echo comes from the fact that they are a lot alike. Okay, they both are completely like new to a lot of experiences.
Mm-hmm.
He just process them differently.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that based off of their conversation, Joe would be feeling a lot better right now.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah, because Joe trusts Echo. Like, truthfully, like Joe hasn't been through a heartbreak either, so he has no real reason for him to be like absolute jealousy if Echo's saying like, "Oh no, this is weird for me too."
Mm-hmm.
Like, Joe hasn't experienced any kind of heartbreak that would make him be like, "Yeah, but I don't trust what you say."
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, he's never been lied to in a relationship or anything like that, so he has no reason to expect that.
Yeah, there's no reason to hold that anger about the situation, because it's definitely gonna, it's gonna piss you off to an extent, but there's that level of trust that you get to sort of hold you over, and you're like, okay, I don't need to be like absolutely pissed about this, and if it boils to a head again, that might be another story, but for now it's like, okay, we're gonna try to deal with it.
And that's also like I I actually typed this to Will earlier, but I like the way I put it. I was like, I don't think he would take out his anger about Kenzie on Echo, because that's like a very human reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and while Joe does have thoughts and feelings and stuff, he hasn't experienced life as a human,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and that just seems weird. Like, I feel like Joe would actually have way more hostility towards Kenzie
Mm-hmm.
while being like totally in the middle with Echo.
And it totally and it definitely is largely about like the confusion. You're like, wait, this isn't right. Is this normal? Like this doesn't feel like, this feels like I'm being robbed or something.
Yeah, no, except like I feel bad, so this can't be right, because everything says I'm supposed to feel good about the dance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like so if Kenzie's making me feel bad, then she's not doing the dance right.
Yeah, with that, we've got everyone's end of... Actually, Dey'ja, you have another end of session move.
The Doom thing. Which also, I wanted to say, earlier, I realized this, like, in the middle of after my scene, looking at my sheet. One of my team moves is when you share a vulnerability or weakness with someone, give them influence, well, ask if they think there's hope for you. If they say yes, mark potential or clear one box on your Doom track. That basically happened. Like that exact thing happened, and then Olivia said, like, yeah, I believe you're gonna be able to beat this. So I did unmark my Doom box, and I wanted to make sure that's fine.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
And then also, she's opening up and starting to talk to people about her Doom. I would say that's progress to defeating it. First step.
Yeah, you are making progress towards one of the things we talked about is one of the ways for you to fight against it. So yeah, I'll count that.
Pog, let's go, bros. Actual net positive on the Doom track today.
How often does this happen? Look at us.
Yeah, literally the first time.
Look how far we've come.
Look at us.
Yeah, Terry's more unstable. There's gonna be like 4 dual fist fights at the dance. Someone's gonna get guillotined. Something else is gonna go wrong.
Gosh, you have some big
people's
plans
hearts
for
are
this,
gonna get broken.
That's right. We are going to make Robert and Evan fight.
Yeah, 100%.
That's true. That's very true.
If that's the only fight at the dance, I'll do something. I won't eat my shoe or eat my hat, but something will happen.
God, and with that,
I'll flick my wall or something.
With that, that's the end of our session.
Whoa,
Thank you guys for
joining. Rumors.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, that's right. If anybody wants to roll rumors in the weeks, or in the days remaining that lead up to homecoming, you guys can have your ear to the ground. So anybody that wants to roll rumors, get about now.
I have no negative 2 to 1.
Let's go. Roll a 1. Come on. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh, man.
Anarchy.
You know what? Fine, I'm rolling rumor too.
Manarchy. Let's go.
I specifically want to. I just want to hear who's going with who. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Perfect.
All right, and Echo, you're not rolling.
I'm good.
All right. Let's see.
Chief.
Let me look at our rumors here. Let me see what the most recent ones are.
Did you guys see the one I added for the Lily and Joe fight?
And real quick, let me open this for screen here.
How the fuck was that actually a rumor that was said?
Yeah, that was when Joe rolled.
Oh yeah.
It's in groups and organizations. The Star Heights Academy. He's just gonna write.
That's dirty.
Mm-hmm.
That's you done did Joe dirty.
I put a warning so that people knew. Source.
People in the general public lost trust of Terry apparently with a rumor with a truck. How are they gonna deal with him being blown up?
Yeah.
We're scaling. We're scaling everyone.
People, because it's on the news that one of those warehouses blew up. People think that you were involved in a bombing incident.
Yo.
That you were you were the one that caused it. So, people, that's what people think of that situation in school. That's what all the teens are talking about.
Cooler every day.
He just wants the high score in Nappy Bird.
Let's see. Joe and Alex, both of you have kind of, been been talking a little bit about the thing with Echo, and you know you're both keeping an ear out for it. Alex, you're wanting to support your friends. Joe, you know how you feel about it, and of course, you guys start hearing that that Kinsey has been like not bad mouthing you behind your back, Joe, but she is clearly like she is pissed at you, and again, you know, people at least don't think that you're totally in the wrong. Like they, you know, like the rumors with you and Lily spiraled out of control, but people do definitely know that you and her are in a fight.
Yeah.
You're beefing.
They're beefing.
Did the video that Terry took, did that gain any traction or anything?
For sure, that is why the rumor's gaining traction, is because it's not really as much of a rumor. It's more like, hey, these two are fucking beefing. Watch out. Don't get in between them.
Terry here to bring the truth to avoid any gaslighting in the future.
That's
his intentions are noble.
That's actually that actually adds to your rumor, Terry, because people now not only are like, you know, oh, you caused a fucking bombing incident, the people are also convinced that you were just trying to make people like argue and fight with each other.
God.
Like people love that people
tacked on to the Unabomber thing as its word. You know what, this guy blew up a warehouse? He's also like starting shit.
Like, you know, people appreciate the stream and being able to get in on the drama, but like you're a drama hound. You're probably causing trouble.
Just the idea of like, oh my god, did you hear about the bomb? No, I didn't hear about that. Oh, well, I mean, did you hear about what he said about homecoming?
He said what?
Oh yeah, tell me about that.
The bombing thing is definitely the major thing, but that is tacked on because it's amongst the rumors.
I like the idea of it just being like, did you hear about the whole bombing thing? No, look at his profile. What is this? Oh my god, it's a fight.
And
he's toxic.
but Terry, because of your failed rumor, specifically, I'm gonna ask that you mark down Savior and up Freak.
Let's go. All is going according to plan.
Let's go.
That
And
was a really good session.
we got one more rumor left. We got one more rumor left with Lily. Let's see.
Oh my god.
I just want to know who's going with who.
You of course at least know all of, you know, the people in your general circle. You obviously were told by Triffany, the two people that had kind of asked her and you know, cast their line to see if Triffany would answer. And you actually did hear back from her that, you know, she told them about it, and Robert was like, oh no, that's cool, I'm not getting into a fight. I'm not. It is not that big of a deal. And Evan, like, you know, kind of chuckled and was like, ha ha ha, okay. And they both kind of stopped.
Their loss.
Let's see. Of course, you know that Alex and Aiden are going together, and you know that Echo and Joe are going together, and you know for sure, of course, that Kinsey wants to go with Echo. And everybody's talking about how Kinsey wants to go with Echo, but based on your intuition and having your ear to the ground and kind of hearing what more people are talking about, you kind of, you know, you catch on to the fact of like, oh no, Kinsey doesn't just want to go with Echo. Kinsey wanted to go with the both of them, very specifically. And you know, you hear about a few other pairs that are all going together. But that's a big note to keep an eye out for.
Who is Nelson going with? And is he just chaperoning?
He's chaperoning for sure.
Yo.
He is going to be keeping a watchful eye over homecoming and making sure nobody breaks PDA.
Every corner of the gymnasium or wherever it's happening is gonna have a Nelson. Fucking
Big track field as well.
Oh
We're gonna be out on the track field under the stars.
One Nelson's gonna be in a ghillie suit out in the grass.
They're gonna be fucking surrounded by Nelsons. They're gonna have their eyes and ears everywhere. But all right. With that, now we'll come to a close. Homecoming's next time. I'm really excited, and thank you guys for playing.
But meh.